There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life!
Out of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is...
High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose rough stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
Out of beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, boys and girls, and join us for the 2024 World Series. You're listening live, and the scene is Yankee Stadium, Bronx, New York, where we're set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, New York Yankees versus the LA Dodgers. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and here are your starting lineups for tonight's action and their statistics here in the Fall Classic. Leading off for the Los Angeles Dodgers, the designated hitter, Shohei Ohtani. In the World Series, he's batting .133 with a .478 OPS. Batting second, playing right, Mookie Betts, .267, .666 OPS, and 2 RBI. Batting third, the first baseman, Freddie Freeman. 4 home runs, 10 RBI, a .313 average, and a .1541 OPS. Batting cleanup, left fielder, Teoscar Hernandez. 1 home run, 2 RBI, a .313 average, .813 OPS. Max Muncy is at third and batting fifth. 0.00 average here in the World Series and a .200 OPS. Kike Hernandez will be patrolling center field for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He has 1 RBI, a .214 average, and a .571 OPS. Tommy Edman playing short. 1 home run, 1 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .333, a .1217 OPS. Will Smith behind home plate with 1 home run, 2 RBI, a .143 average, .562 OPS. And Gavin Lux batting ninth and playing second. 125 here in the series and a .614 OPS. He does have a stolen base. On the mound for the Los Angeles Dodgers, it's Jack Flaherty. He's 1-2 in the postseason with a 6.1 ERA, 14 strikeouts. He'll be going head-to-head with Garrett Cole, 1-0 with a 2.82 ERA and 16 strikeouts. Backing up Cole in the bottom of the first inning, the second baseman, Gleyber Torres. 1 home run, 3 RBI, 188 average, and a .754 OPS. Juan Soto batting second, playing right. 286 average, 1015 OPS. He has 1 home run and an RBI. Aaron Judge batting third, playing center. 1 RBI, 1 stolen base, 133 and a 411 OPS. Jazz Chisholm batting cleanup and playing third. 235 average, 513 OPS with 4 stolen bases. Giancarlo Stanton batting 235 here in the World Series with a home run, 3 RBI, 749 OPS. Anthony Rizzo is batting 6th, a 167 average and a 579 OPS. Anthony Volpe, the man of the hour last night, has 1 home run, 5 RBI, including that grand slam. 3 stolen bases, a 200 average, and a 761 OPS. Wells is back behind home plate with a home run, an RBI, a stolen base, 231 average, and an 824 OPS. And Verdugo is in left field and batting 9th. He has a home run and 4 RBI, 214 average, and an OPS of 696. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight for Game 5 of the 2024 World Series, it's Mark Rippiger. Your first base umpire is Todd Tichenor. Second base will be manned by Carlos Torres. And down the third base line, it's Andy Fletcher. Out in left field, Mark Carlson. Right field umpire is Doug Eddings. Game time temperatures tonight are about 67 degrees at first pitch. Wind blowing left to right. The Dodgers are 3-1. The Dodgers are up 3-1 here in the best of 7 World Series. New York Yankees minus 150 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Dodgers Yankees Game 5, do or die for the boys in the Bronx. If the Dodgers can't finish it off tonight, we'll head back to Los Angeles for Game 6 and a possible Game 7. Game 6 will be Friday night. 7 would be Saturday night. All games starting 8:08 first pitch. Our pick to click tonight, what the hell? We'll take Freddie Freeman again for the Dodgers. Maybe he can make it 5 for 5. And on the Yankees side, we'll go Anthony Rizzo, 3 home runs lifetime versus Flaherty. It's time to get your game face on, y'all. Yankees, Dodgers, here in the Bronx, the last game in New York City for 2024. Will it be the finale for all of Major League Baseball? We'll take Garrett Cole to outduel Jack Flaherty. Give us New York 7, Dodgers 4.
Play ball! Get this bus moving.
Stop.
Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
Good evening. I'm so used to saying Braves country, but whoever the hell you're pulling for, wherever you're hearing us from, I know we're on several different radio stations around the land, so welcome into anyone who may be checking us out on that. And I know they got another contest going on tonight, so hopefully we'll see a lot of folks popping in and out. Make sure to hit that like button. That's the only way that they can tell if you're listening and you're jumping into that contest. It's the only way that you can get credit for it. So make sure to smash that like. We're just a few minutes away from Yankees versus Dodgers, game number 5. Turn that music down as I talk over a little bit. And, we're going to see if the Yankees can stave off elimination one more time. They had a heck of a night last night. Good game until the 8th inning where they explode for 5 runs. And at that point, the game was over late in the ball game. They jumped out to an 11-4 lead, and then the Yankees were pretty much pushing their chips in, and they put the front end as opposed to the back end of the bullpen, and they're getting ready for tonight. I think I said the Yankees. The Dodgers were pushing their chips in. They left Honeycutt in there out to dry. We'll see how that plays out into tonight, because the Dodgers have a much different take on what they're doing. All they're really trying to do is win one of these next 3 games. They're going to be sitting there waiting to see how the games go. And when they get an opportunity to shut the door on one of them, you're going to see them get very, very aggressive at that point. And we hope to see a good pitching matchup here as Garrett Cole's finishing his final warm-up tosses. He'll be going head-to-head with Jack Flaherty. We saw this in Game 1. And all in all, it was a pretty good pitching matchup. And these are two guys that can bring it. I expect both of them to come out there with their A game tonight. If you haven't already, say hi in the chat. We're about to do roll call. We're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of the World Series. Cole and the Yankees are wearing their pinstripes, classic home uniforms with the Navy pinstripes and the interlocking NY on the chest in Navy. Navy ball caps with the interlocking NY. As the Dodgers will be wearing their classic road grays. Good evening. I saw the GOAT in the chat. I saw the Beeve in the chat. I see JC, all Country Club members. Brian Andrews as well, Country Club member. Good to see you. Who else do we have here in the early chat? We are just about set. Shohei Ohtani digs in. And yes, sir, it is baseball time in the Fall Classic. First pitch on the way is swung on and belted high, but not quite deep enough. Camping underneath it is Aaron Judge, and it's a long out number one. Seems to be that Shohei Ohtani's MO. Seems like when we've seen him play in this World Series and in the NLCS, first pitch swing, and if he gets a fastball, he jumps on it. Righty-righty matchup as the 3D sets in. Mookie Betts, the batter. First pitch on the way is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Dodgers nothing, Yankees nothing. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. 97 just off the plate. 1-1. That just missed the zone. Mark Rippinger's your home plate umpire. He will squeeze batters. He's also been known to call just randomly wide strikes, but he's typically a guy that squeezes the zone, so you can expect possibly a high-scoring game because of it. The 1-1 from Cole. Betts turns in. Cole kicks and fires. The ball is slapped over to the right-hand side. Scoop it up and step it on the pillows. Anthony Rizzo, 2 away. 2 down. In the last 2 games, Freddie Freeman has hit home runs in the first inning. He's hit a home run in all 4 World Series games. The difference tonight is no one's on base. Both of those were 2-run shots. The first one in Game 3 was Shohei Ohtani aboard. Last night, Mookie Betts. He comes up with nobody on, 2 out. Garrett Cole looks in. Cole turns and fires. Ball is swung on and swatted back foul. It's 0-1. Someone just flashed a sign out there in the crowd that says, "It's enough already, Freddie." Gotta love Yankee fans. The 0-1. Cole turns and kicks. Not a high leg kick, but decent leg kick, and it's right there for a strike. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. If there is a game number 6, is the 0-2. Swung on, pops it up, high into left field. Not quite deep enough, just before the warning track, making the catch is Verdugo, and that'll end the inning. 1, 2, 3. Garrett Cole and the Yankees 0-0 versus Jack Flaherty and the Dodgers. We'll be back in a flash. The Bronx Bombers grab the bats.
So apparently it's rude to tap someone on the forehead and say skip intro when they start talking to you.
All-American man.
My typical favorite shot, honestly, is just old Jack D. Well, Ice Cold Jack D. But if I'm going to pick like more of like a shooter type of thing, it is the most dangerous one, and I no longer drink it. But man, a good Jaeger bomb.
I was about to say, it's probably got some Jägermeister.
But I'm going to tell you right now, do a Jaeger bomb nowadays, I'm probably going to end up in divorce court. So, 'cause I black out and not only just time travel, I travel. I wake up in other cities. So,
if I remember correctly, you used to like slap your face like Curly, and then you would just do this shuffle step, and then it was on after that.
Yes.
We went into plan M for McGee.
Yes.
All right, execute plan M. Tom, Todd, you get the flanks. If anybody's taller than McGee, get him out now.
Oh, yes.
At least that's how I remember it.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember it, and that's kind of the point.
Checkmate.
Armchair.
To further solidify their control, the owners added a reserve clause to the contracts of the 5 best men on every team. It required that each play only for his current employer and reserved his services for the following year. At first, few complained. To be reserved was to be sure of a job for the coming season. Those who did complain that the reserve clause smacked of slavery, fired, then blacklisted. For the first time in the history of the game, players would serve the interests of the owner. For the next 100 years, the professional game would be dominated by those who owned the field and supplied the ball.
Welcome back. Hey, good to see you, Keith Barker. Appreciate it. About to do that roll call, finish that roll call. Good to see Keith Barker. Appreciate the donation. See who else we have here. I have to go to the other one because the YouTube one, Kooky Dukes on me, and it knocked out all the names except for the last couple of comments that we've had here. So let me go to the back game. JC, good to see you. I think I missed that. I know we got the Beeve and the Goat earlier and BA, but good to see y'all too, Country Club members. First pitch on the way from Jack Flaherty is a swing and a miss up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1. John, good to see you. 94 right there, just above the knees. 0-2. 0-2 count. If you haven't joined into the chat, go ahead and jump in no matter where you're listening. You're on YouTube or Facebook, and I know there's a couple other outlets they have us on tonight. Is the 0-2 in the dirt? 1-2. Keith Parker, we got you. And is Keith the Miami fan? Miami's looking like they could be headed to the playoffs. The 1-2 swung on, chopped over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 put out. Easy play. Lux to Freddie Freeman, one away. Always get some of y'all's. Okay, I thought you were, Keith. I get some of y'all's secondary teams mixed up. Flaherty goes back to work. Juan Soto, the batter, first pitch down and in. For a ball, it's 1-0. You got to figure with Flaherty and the Dodgers, if they can get a lead, I'm talking about anything around the 4th or 5th inning, Dave Roberts will get really aggressive with that bullpen. 1-0. Outside wide, 2-0. The Yankees can pretty much be not just all hands on deck, but because they didn't use a ton of their guys last night and the day off tomorrow, they can get super aggressive if Cole doesn't have it. The 2-0 misses outside wide, 3-0. I think the biggest question for me, Keith, is does the Miami Clemson winner or loser, do they make the playoffs, or do they only take one team from the ACC? First pitch on the way after the 3-0 is up top shelf for a strike. It's 3-1. Standing on deck is Aaron Judge, and everybody's talked about his woes, hitting just 133 in the World Series. 3-1 to Soto. Down and away, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first, and the Yankees have 1 on, 1 out, the first base runner of the game. One on, 1 out. Aaron Judge stands in. First pitch swinging, and that ball is belted high and deep, and you can forget about it. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a, ding-dong, a 2-run shot. And the New York Yankees, not only do they strike first blood, but Aaron Judge comes out of that slump. That's what you're hoping if you're a Yankee fan. 403 feet. Man, did that thing get out of here in a hurry. As soon as he swung it, everybody in the stadium pretty much knew it. 109 miles an hour off the bat. All rise, it's 2-0 New York. So 2-0 your score. First pitch on the way to Mr. Jazz Chisholm is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Down and away, 2-0. Count. 93 right down the tag. 2-1. We'll go ahead and hit that super fan one more time as he's put another one in. Those of y'all listening on radio, jump on in. I can see the numbers going up and down here, so I can tell some of y'all are going. The 2-1 swing, and that ball's hammered high, and that ball's hit deep, and that ball is going to leave on a shutter. Holy cow! Jazz hands. Get your Jazz hands out. Jazz Chisholm goes yard. And the Pinstripes have a 3-0 lead here early on. Holy cow. That was a no-doubter. Jack Flaherty. Man, he has had some problems. He's one of these guys that, everybody knows he's got good stuff, but he is either on or he is off. He's so hot and cold. It's one of the reasons why when he went to free agency last year, he could only get a 1-year deal. And this is going to give people pause, teams pause, on giving him a long-term deal because he does not have control of that fastball tonight, and it is getting over the plate, and you might as well put it on the tee. The one to Aaron Judge was the same way. First pitch on the way to Giancarlo Stanton. Flaherty better watch out here. Giancarlo can knock one out too. It's 1-0. 1-0. Down and away. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Righty. That ball's in the dirt. 3-0. Jack Flaherty. Now here's the thing. If Flaherty goes out here and spits the bit, and the Dodgers are on the phone already talking to their bullpen, but if he gives up a ton of runs early, he may just have to wear it. The 3-0 from Flaherty. Right there at the knees. 3-1. Because if you're the Dodgers, though, you want to get some of your guys some work if you haven't used them. You got the day off, and then you go home on Friday, and that's where you would want to seal the deal. The 3-1 inside. 3-2. Three-two count. Payoff pitch on the way from Flaherty to Stanton. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field. Tripping and adjusting, making the catch at his knees is Kike Hernandez. 2 away. He started to jump back and race towards the center field wall at the 4:08 mark. He realized that ball was actually more on of a line drive, slammed on the brakes, and then he lost his footing and just kind of had to lean out there and make the catch. 2 down. First pitch on the way to Rizzo is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Good to see you, Jameson. 93 outside wide, 2-0. 2-0 count. Hadn't seen you in a while, JC. Hope all is well. The 2-0 to Rizzo. Swing and a miss. 2-1. See, a couple of folks are missing. I don't believe we've seen James yet. I'm sure he'll stop in. The 2-1 pitch. Kicks and fires down below the knees. 3-1. There's a handful of folks that have listened all year long. They don't get in the chat, but I do want to give them a shout out at some point tonight. So a 3-1 count to Rizzo. Pitch from Flaherty. Swing and a miss. Chased the slider in off his hands. Full count. Jack Flaherty, by the way, has thrown 25 pitches in this inning, giving up 2 home runs. It's 3-0 New York if you're just joining us here in the bottom of the first. The payoff pitch from Flaherty. Caught! Looking strike 3. 95 right there at the knees, and that'll end the inning. But not before the New York Yankees put 3 on the board. We'll head to the top of the second. 3-0 here in the Bronx.
Do you ever just look at someone and think, you're the Monday of people?
So take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire broadcast?
Yes. And
okay.
Teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers. And we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and saying, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They were playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn, and there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this, and he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name. Armchair.
Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Braves Country Radio. Pull up a chair. Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. special shout out to Pam. She lives here in Braves country. Listen to the Braves every single night. It's the first pitch on the way from Garrett Cole's up top for a strike. It's 0-1. You just heard her voice. She grew up a Brooklyn Dodger fan, but they moved away when she was a child as the 0-1. Swung on, pops it up over towards the first base dugout. Bends it in near the camera well. It's 0-2. We have turned her into a Braves fan, but I would say she's probably pulling for the Dodgers tonight. It's kind of one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if the Dodgers hurt you from moving away, but you probably grew up hating the Yankees. So an 0-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch, 87. Did he get him? No, they're going to say that he just missed it. 1-2. It's a constant battle going back and forth trying to sync up the video. He jumps ahead and it goes backwards. Because I don't do anything with the video that I'm bringing it to you with. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. His first strikeout of the night. One away. So Hernandez will go grab a seat, and Max Muncy first pitch on the way from Cole. To Muncy. He's right there at the knees. Good pitch. He seems to have that off-speed pitch working tonight. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Muncy 0 for 12 in this series. Hard to believe that. 0-1. Right there, first strike. 0-2. So an 0-2 from Muncy. Garrett Cole, 13 pitches in. Turns, kicks, and fires. Outside, wide, 1-2. Went with the fastball trying to get him to chase outside, nowhere near the zone. The 1-2. Cole brings it. Swing, fouls it back. 97 into the crowd. 1-2. One-two count. Yankees 3, Dodgers nothing if you're just joining us. The 1-2. 96. Caught looking strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry 2 away. Second strikeout of the night for Cole. Second strikeout of the inning for Cole. Cole pitches like this, it's going to be really hard for those. Even as good as the Dodger offense is, it's going to be really difficult for them to mount a comeback. You got to start scratching away now. Kike Hernandez takes the first pitch just below the knees. Slider misses. It's 1-0. Kike, who was hot coming into this series, is just 3 for 14 here in the Fall Classic. He had a couple of really big hits against the Mets. The 1-0. 96. P at the knees. 1-1. The 1-1 count. Cole comes set. Kicks and fires. Swing. Pops it up. Eye in the sky. Drifting over. Making the catch is Juan Soto. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, 1, 2, 3. We'll head to the bottom of the second. The Yankees lead it 3-0.
So I used to date this guy. And he. Oh, I don't think I'm ready to talk about that yet.
How to act when you see an attractive person. Quickly look away. Now slowly look back. Slight smile. Look down. Slowly look up at them. Start to wave hi, but then change your mind. Now laugh to yourself. Now dead serious. Now blow them a kiss. Blow them another kiss. Now blow them a French kiss. Flare your nostrils. Now flick your tongue like a lizard. Now squint your eyes and mouth the words, call me.
I love when people are like, what are you doing after work? And I'm like, what am I doing after work? I have to make supper. I have to go to bed at 7:30. What do you mean? What am I doing after work? Are we meant to be doing things after work?
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
Jack Flaherty goes back to work, 27th pitch of the night, here to start the bottom of the second inning. And Anthony Volpe takes it up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Volpe batting 200 in the series, but he had that big grand slam last night. Had a really good game last night, the 0-1. Swung on. That ball's going to get rifled down into the corner. That gets down where the green grass grows. Here comes Volpe, cruising around first, heading to second, and it is a leadoff double for the New York Yankees. Hard hit ball that tucked inside the foul line, about 5 feet inside the left field foul line, kicked up against the wall, ricocheted, well played by Hernandez to keep that from being a triple. Volpe's speed. First pitch on the way to Wells. Righty-lefty matchup, misses down, it's 1-0. Volpe really appearing to be locked in. This is the problem when you get up on a team 3-0 and you give them a feeling like they've got a chance. Is the 1-0 swung on, ripped over to first. Freddie's got it, flips it to Flaherty. He'll step on the bag, 1 away. One down. Man, I'll tell you what, Flaherty is soaked. He is sweating through that Dodger uniform. I don't know if it's the uniform, but I don't see any of the other Dodgers. I haven't noticed any of the Dodgers during the series looking that bad, but he looks like he just ran a marathon. First pitch on the way. Just below the knees for a ball to Verdugo, 1-0. The infield is drawn in. A touch to the right. So there's a big hole on the left side. Verdugo slaps one towards third base with any kind of velocity. He could have extras. 1-0's down and in, 2-0. Outfield is played pretty straight away. They're kind of actually playing him closer towards the left field line than straight away. The 2-0. Outside wide ball, 3-0. And if you walk Verdugo it's going to flip the top of the order. Gleyber Torres looms on deck. It's 3-0 count to Alex Verdugo. Righty, lefty, runner at third, infield drawn in. Here's the pitch. 94 just kisses the black on the outer edge, 3-1. Three-1 count. Flaherty looks over to third. Here's the pitch. Swing, that ball's ripped up the middle, and that's going to get over the diving glove of Gavin Lux, and it's 4-0. New York. Laced it over the head of the leaping Gavin Lux. If the infield's back, it's going to be an L4 in your scorecard. But LA, not wanting to fall behind, had the infield drawn in. That's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you play back and he drops one down, then you're going to give up the run anyways. And is that going to be it? Are they going to come and get Flaherty? It looks like that's it. Wow. Jack Flaherty is cooked after just an inning, and we'll be back in a flash. When we come back, the bullpen doors are opening, and we will introduce the new arm for the Trolley Dodgers.
I don't know who put me on the list to work for a living, but it's rude.
I called you like 5 times and you ain't answered the phone because my been on Do Not Disturb all day. Well, people can't get in contact with you if you always got your on Do Not Disturb. I know, ain't it just wonderful? That's the point.
Here are some facts about Ireland that you may not know. Fact number 1. There are more Irish people abroad than there are in Ireland. There's over 80 million people worldwide that claim Irish heritage, and there's only about 6 million of us at home. The President of Ireland actually has very little power. The Taoiseach holds all the power as head of government. Ireland's patron Saint Patrick, the great man, was actually born in Wales, not Ireland. But like everyone else, he claims to be Irish. The submarine was actually invented in Ireland. The holiday Halloween, which is very heavily celebrated all over the world, actually originates in Ireland, derived from a Celtic celebration called Samhain. So you're welcome. And finally, for all the Americans out there, that White House where your president sits in, yeah, that was designed by an Irishman too.
Let me sum it up. Twitter is stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears. Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, "That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin, you are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again, for your act will not be condoned so long as I live. Albert Goodwill Spaulding."
Welcome back. Joe Banda, the left-hander, comes in. First pitch on the way. And looks like that Gleyber Torres went around on that one as they checked down the first base side. Todd Titchener, the first base umpire, it's 0-1. Banda. Lefty-righty, kicks and fires. Right there. 0-2. The only upside you get from this, if you're a Dodger fan, with Flaherty coming out this early, he would be able, does he go 2? Up top for a strike. Caught looking at a hanger to away. if this series goes back to Los Angeles, he would be able to come back out and give you some innings in either Game 6 or Game 7. They'd probably hold him till Game 7. I don't think they would start him, but they would probably go to him for an inning or two. Juan Soto, the batter, first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Slider off the edge, it's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. In the dirt. Ball gets away. Will Smith took forever to find it. And Verdugo's going to scoot up 90 feet. He didn't know where that ball was. He was dancing around, looking for it. You know Soto's not going to help him out. It's one of the most helpless feelings you get if y'all ever played baseball. You're back behind the plate, you can't find the ball. I mean, you're in straight panic mode. 1-1, down and away. 2-1. Ball hit the dirt. So a 2-1 count. Aaron Judge, who went yard earlier, stands on deck. The 2-1 from Banda. Swing, chops it off his instep. 2-2. You would think the Dodgers are trying with this strategy to get out of this inning, because the next inning you could start off with the new batter. You got Judge. If not, you probably pitch around Judge. The 2-2, down and away, 3-2. I know it sounds crazy down 4-0, but if you walk Judge, yeah, you walk the bases loaded, but Jazz Chisholm's a left-hander standing right behind him in the order. Full count. Yankees 4, Dodgers nothing. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, ball gets away, and that'll be ball 4. Soto will head down to first. He was motioning for Verdugo to run to third, but the ball actually kicked towards third base. So if he goes out there and tries to run to third, he could have ended the inning. Good decision by Verdugo to stay put. The 2 on, 2 out. All rise. Here comes Aaron Judge. Last time up, if you're just joining us, he hit a 403-foot missile over the right center field wall to give the Yankees a 2-0 lead. $4-0 your score, bottom of the second inning. They have a quick chat out there at the mound, Smith and Bandit. He's probably talking to him saying, look, we're going to pitch around him. If he gets himself out, that's fine, but let's not lay one in there with the lefty standing on deck, excuse me. First pitch on the way. 86 down and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Jazz also hit a home run earlier in the night, but you'd much rather take your chances with the lefty-lefty as opposed to lay one in there to Judge. The 1-0 from Banda. Up top for a strike. Hanging slider, 1-1. One count. Yankees lead it 4-0, 2 on, 2 out. The 1-1 from Banda, 86 outside wide, 2-1. I mean, it does look like that they're pitching around him. You could have a really dangerous, if you're just trying to paint the corners, the 2-1 pitch. 95 just misses ball 3. At this point, I'm just putting him on. I'm not even flirting with the, because you get too cute and you hang one, it's going to break this game wide open. 3-1 count, 4-0 your score. Here's the pitch. Down and away, ball 4. Ball gets away. Aaron Judge will head on down to first. The bases are loaded. 2 outs. Jazz Chisholm coming to the plate. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Jazz Chisholm, who homered his last time up. Here's the first pitch. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Slider at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing. Chops it over to first. Should be an easy play for Freddie. He fires it over to Banda. Banda's covering the bag. Jazz Chisholm, a head-first dive. He'll just be out. You would say by a half step, but maybe a half an arm. We'll be back in a flash. The Yankees have broken this up to a 4-0 lead. We head to the third. Dodgers try to climb back into this one.
Well, I did it. I woke up today. So, I think that's enough activity.
Here are some facts about Ireland that you may not know. Fact number 1. 10 million pints of Guinness are produced in Dublin every single day. Most of them are drank the same day. And we have lots and lots of different accents from Northern Ireland all the way down to Kerry. Ireland has 2 official languages. The English language we're speaking now, which is most commonly used, but also we have Gaeilge, which is our Irish native tongue, and not enough people speak it. I wish I knew more.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
So Pete Rose, the leadoff batter for the Philadelphia Phillies, introduced to the crowd here today. And Pete Rose, a man who has been a bat more times than any player in the history of the major leagues.
That if he keeps breathing, he will break Ty Cobb's record.
And of course, the big question this year is whether or not he'll be able to play every ball game. He wants to. The manager says he wants to rest him. He's missed only 80 games in his 20-year career. And Seaver's first pitch, ball 1. Seaver with 264 wins, 156 losses. One of a few pitchers who has won over 100 games more than he has lost.
Armchair.
Devlin got a job as a policeman in 1880. Died of consumption just 3 years later. His early death, said a Louisville newspaper, was an instructive example of the fruits of crookedness. The National League had survived its first scandal.
Welcome back. Yankees lead it 4-0. here in the top of the third. If you're just joining us, Aaron Judge has finally hit a home run in the World Series. Took a 2-run shot in the first inning to put a shot in the arm into the Yankees. First pitch on the way from Garrett Cole was a strike, and the 0-1 is a swing, and might have got a piece of it. Tommy Edman quickly down 0-2. Oh, 2 count. Garrett Cole just 21 pitches in. Kicks and fires. Swing! Lifts it high and deep down the left field line. It'll be foul and out of play. Just missing that left field foul pole. We'll do it again, 0-2, as Edman runs back first. The 0-2. Cole comes set, lets her go. Swing! Pops it up. High. That one will go out of play over the third base dugout. We'll do it again. No 2 count. Right there at the knees. Change up. Must have fallen asleep at the wheel there, one away. 2 strikes, and you've got to be sitting there defending the plate somehow, some way. Tommy Edman just could not pull the trigger. 1 down. First pitch, Will Smith is right there at the knees. Called low for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Kicks and fires. 77, knuckle curve on the inner black. 1-1. Off day tomorrow, travel day tomorrow. If there is a game 6, if this score holds, we will have game 6 Friday night, 8:08 first pitch. The 1-1 from Garrett. Swing! Pops it up. Can of corn high in the sky. Rizzo camps underneath it. 2 down. Wind continues to blow out to right field. Pretty brisk wind. Last time I had it checked, it was around 12 miles an hour. First pitch on the way to Lux, the number 9 hitter tonight. It's 0-1. You'll notice Gavin Lux dropped in the order. Tommy Edman had been hitting 9th all series long, and they flip-flop Lux and Edman. The 0-1, outside wide, 1-1. I thought it was odd just in general that Tommy Edman, who just won the NLCS, was down in the 9th spot. I would probably put him in the 6th spot behind Muncy. 1-1 down and in, 2-1. I know you can make the argument for Kike Hernandez, but I think I would have Kike batting behind Tommy. And Smith has been hitting very poorly, so probably have him at the 9th spot and looks at 8. 2-1 misses high and outside, 3-1. Three-1 count to Lux, 2 out. Standing on deck is Ohtani. His job is just to get on and see if Shohei can cut this lead in half. Lux takes his time out, digs back in. The left-hander wiggling his bat, getting ready for Cole. Cole turns and delivers. 96 up top, just grabs the top of the zone. 3-2 with a 3-1 count. That was a good take by Lux. You swing at that, it's going to be a pop-up over to third. So a full count. Yankee fans are on their feet trying to will Garrett Cole through another scoreless inning. His 33rd pitch of the night. The payoff on the way. Up high, misses, ball 4. Lux heads down to first. Shohei Ohtani coming to the plate. He's 0 for 1, just 2 for 16 in the series. No RBIs, no home runs. First pitch on the way is swung on and rattled back foul. It's 0-1. We all know how funny of a game baseball is and how difficult it is to go out there and hit. You kind of expect your $700 million man to be doing a little more here in the World Series. You wonder if that injury's got anything to do with it. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 91-mile-an-hour sinker. Cole got away with that one. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. Righty, lefty. Cole looks in. Here's the pitch. Swung on, pops it up. High into left field. Drifting back, making the catch is Verdugo, and that'll end the inning. Dodgers put one on, but that's it. We'll be back in a flash. Garrett Cole has a no-no going. We head to the bottom of the inning.
How did he treat you? Like, where is he going? In the garbage. Where does he belong? With me.
Did you know in Field of Dreams, the mysterious voice that speaks to Ray is listed in the closing credits as himself, and the actor behind the voice has never been revealed. A lot of names have been thrown around as the man behind the voice, like the star of the movie Kevin Costner, or the actor who plays Shoeless Joe Jackson, Ray Liotta. The author of the novel the movie is based on, W.P. Kinsella, has said that he was told the voice was Ed Harris, the famous actor and husband of Amy Madigan, the woman who plays Annie in the movie. But director Phil Alden Robinson has said that although he's heard a lot of names, none of them have ever been correct. Who was the man behind the voice that said the famous line, "If you build it, he will come"? The last shot in the movie where we see all the cars lined up trying to get to the field was all done practically. The production team worked with the town to get as many lights shut off as possible to get the required darkness. They also had about 2,000 cars participate in that traffic line. To be able to speak to all the extras at once, the director's instructions were actually broadcast through a local radio station. And one of those instructions was for the cars to flash their high beams on and off to make it seem like there was more movement than there actually was.
Funny story about me. If you're a jackass who parks halfway into the next parking spot because you don't want someone parking next to you, I have a tiny car. I'm gonna be the jackass that makes sure we both fit in the one spot.
Baseball has these absolutely unique sounds. The sounds of spring, of summer, drift out across the fields. You know, the sound of the ball against the bat is absolutely extraordinary. I don't know any American male that doesn't hear that in the springtime and get called back to some moment in the past or summer days in the past.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Bottom of the third we go. Already a 4-0 lead. New York Yankees go back to work. The right-hander comes in for the Dodgers. First pitch on the way to Giancarlo Stanton is swatted, and that ball is gone. Holy cow, did that get out in an absolute hurry. Good night, Irene. Giancarlo Stanton, 7th home run of this postseason. And the New York Yankees have taken a 5-0 lead. Brazier is the pitcher in, by the way, and I didn't have a chance to introduce him. Rob Brazier fires a four-seam fastball down and in to the left-handed bat of Anthony Rizzo. It's 1-0. And I know they consistently go to him, but I have not been impressed by Brazier all postseason. We carried the NLCS and we've carried the World Series, and it seems like when he goes out there, he gets thumped. The 1-0 misses 2-0. Remember, he was the one that opened on the bullpen game versus the Mets, where the Mets just tattooed him. The 2-0 swing. That ball's ripped into right field. That ball is going to be a running, sliding catch by Mookie Betts. Wow. Out number one. Good defensive play by Mookie. Remember someone saying earlier in the series that they felt like that was his best position. I'm telling you, I think you could put Mookie Betts behind home plate and the guy would show you a thing or two. There's not many guys that I would say this about. He's worth every dime that the Dodgers pay him. First pitch on the way to Anthony Volpe is swatted back foul. It's 0-1. I'll never understand why the Boston Red Sox let him go. The 0-1. Righty-righty matchup, Volpe. It takes one high and inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Brazier, his seventh pitch of the night, swing, fouls it back. 1-2. Back in the second inning, Anthony Volpe doubled to left. 1 for 1 on the night. Now batting .289. Make that .283 in the series, .289 in the postseason. The 1-2 swung on, lifted high into right field, drifting underneath it. Making the catch is Mookie Betts for a loud out number 2. Two down. These teams are much healthier than Atlanta was top to bottom all year long. When you just put up against the pitching staff between these two teams, there's no contest how much better the Atlanta pitching staff is than these two. First pitch on the way is a ball off the plate. It's 1-0. When they go into their offseason, they have got to make sure they're getting guys that can come off the bench and perform in case of injury. 1-0 swung on, foul back, it's 1-1. If and when, well, if there'll be a win, when this series ends, we will begin our Braves Country Todays on Fridays. 1-1 down and in, 1-2. First one is scheduled for Friday, November 8th, and that will come on the 5 o'clock hour Eastern time on Friday nights. And just kind of recap the week, but when we get to things like the winter meetings, is the 1-2, did he go around? He did strike 3. Wells didn't even argue with it. He was heading back to the dugout. He knows he's got to put his catcher gear on. So he'll head back to the dugout. The inning's over, but not before Giancarlo Stanton, the new Mr. October, takes the Dodgers yard. It's 5-0 here in the Bronx.
Can someone please tell me, at what age do men start scream sneezing?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. 1278. Wait, what happened? 1278. I ain't even ordered yet, big bro. 1278. Pull to the window. Well, let me get a double Western bacon cheese. Yes. A double Western bacon cheeseburger, extra barbecue sauce with 3 tenders, 2 ranch, and 2 barbecue sauces. Why did you plan Trail Demetrius Jefferson? Well, damn, baby. How you know it's me? You only come to my drive-thru setting. You're at 2:55 p.m. And I can smell that cheap-ass roast cologne. Hey, you good, baby. You need a raise. But, yeah, let me get that, chocolate shake. Yeah, let me get a chocolate shake. You know one of the chocolate shakes since you know everything? Yeah, let me add a chocolate shake. This window, stop playing with me. I just clocked in. And you lactose intolerant. 278, pull up to this window. Hey, you good. You good, baby.
On the outside, with the tattoos and the piercings and wearing mostly black, I look like a badass. But on the inside, I'm having a panic attack in the Trader Joe's because there's too many people in one aisle.
Despite growing professionalism, the pure game survived in thousands of small towns all across the country. Sam Crawford, who would one day become one of the best outfielders in the game, first played on a traveling town team from Wahoo, Nebraska.
I remember when I made my first baseball trip, a bunch of us from around Wahoo made a trip overland in a wagon drawn by a team of horses. I think there were 11 or 12 of us. One of the boys was a cornet player, and when we'd come to a town, he'd whip out that cornet and sound off. People would all come out to see what was going on, and we'd announce that we were the Wahoo team and were ready for the ball game.
From Garrett Cole is right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Righty-righty matchup. Mookie Betts, the batter, trying to get something going here. Dodgers trail 5-0. The 1-1. Down and away, 1-2. Mookie Betts 0 for 1 on the day. Freddie Freeman stands on deck. The 2-1 from Cole. Turns and fires. 91 just off the paint. They checked down the line. He did not go. 3-1. Of course, Mookie knows they need base runners, so he might be just trying to fight his way aboard, not worry about trying to rope one. The 3-1. Kicks and brings it. Swing. Fouls it back. High down the first base line. And just out of play. 3-2. Anthony Rizzo banged into the netting over there on the first base. I remember he made that catch last night over in that exact spot. No such luck on this one. Mookie heads back to the plate. He had a full count. Cole just at 41 pitches as we begin the 4th inning. Cole looks into Wells. Mookie digs in. Here's the pitch. Turns and fires. High and inside. Ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Freddie Freeman. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Knuckle curve up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Freddie Freeman, who's hit in a home run in every game so far. The 0-1 swung on, lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the diving, leaping catch is Aaron Judge for an outstanding out number 1. Holy cow. Holy cow. He had to leap at the very top of his jump. He caught the ball, slammed into the fence, and had the wherewithal to flip it to the left fielder Verdugo just in case Mookie decided to advance. The other incredible thing about that, it really didn't look like Freddie had hit that ball that hard, and he almost got it out. Teoscar Hernandez, the batter now. Mookie at first, 1 out. Righty, turns over and flips it over to first. Try to keep Mookie close by. Yankees 5, Dodgers nothing. Top of the 4th inning. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped over towards short. It's going to be scooped up and fired by Volpe across to Rizzo. 6-3 put out. Mookie does get into scoring position at second base on the play. And though he moves into scoring position, the Yankees will gladly trade an out for a base. And that catch by Aaron Judge was a heck of a catch. Consider that in the home run that he hit. I mean, he's having himself a night. Quieting his critics. First pitch on the way to Max Muncy. He is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Mookie at second, 2 outs. The infield is back and to the right, so a huge hole on the left side. Muncy punches one down the third base line. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 98, chase one out of the zone. It's 0-2. No 2 count. Here's the pitch from Cole. Swing, fouls it back. We'll do it again. Yeah, John, I agree. It's amazing that he's 6'7", 200. What would they say? It was 282 pounds, 283, somewhere in that neighborhood. And he can run well enough to play center field. The only problem is he's had injury issues his whole career because of his size. And you continue. I really think the Yankees have got to go get themselves a center fielder that can play on the everyday, not necessarily a great bat, but be able to put Judge over and right, and if they re-sign Soto, slide him to left. The 0-2 from Cole. Swing! That ball's lifted high into center field, running over, making the catch. There goes that man, is Aaron Judge, and that'll end the inning. So Mookie gets on, but that was it. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Garrett Cole is pitching a no-no in the Bronx in the Fall Classic.
You must have someone in your family that's a lawyer.
Why, because I'm Jewish? It's like me saying, hey, you're Indian. Doesn't your cousin work in a call center?
My cousin does work in a call center.
And my cousin's a lawyer.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago. Somebody stole my tickets to the Sonics game! This stinks! This is total BS! This is... Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my Lasorda tape? This is total...
Hey,
Where do you think you're going?
Hey, man, Mike's studying. I don't want to bother him.
Yeah, well, you get back in there and finish, man. Well, see, in this house, people study when they're supposed to.
Good thing I'm not a member of this house.
Well, you heard of the extended family? Well, this weekend you part of one, which gives me the right to extend this belt to your behind if I feel like.
Every little town out there on the prairie had its own ball team and ball grounds, and we challenged them all. It wasn't easy to win those games. Each of those towns had its own umpire, so you really had to go some to win. We were gone 3 or 4 weeks. We'd take up a collection at the games, pass the hat, and that paid our expenses, or some of them anyway. One of the boys was the cook, but all he could cook was round steak. We'd drive along the country roads, and if we came to a stream, we'd go swimming. If we came to an apple orchard, we'd fill up on apples. If we were near some fairgrounds, we'd slip in there. If we were near a barn, well, Sam Crawford, Wahoo, Nebraska.
Welcome back. First pitch from Michael Kepik. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Right-hander. 8 innings pitched this postseason with 3 earned runs. Fires the 1-0 inside. This is 2-0. 2-0 count. Verdugo the batter. Then the top of the order comes back. Good to see rejoin Keith. The 2-0. Down and in. 3-0. Welcome back. So 3-0 to Verdugo. Kepik kicks and fires. 98 just below the knees. Called for a strike. Might have been a gift there by home plate umpire Mark Rippinger. 3-1. The 3-1 count. Swing and a miss. 98 up top. Just off the edge, 3-2. Verdugo shaking his head knowing he probably shouldn't have swung at that, but that had a lot of movement at the end. When it took off, it just left the zone at the very end, the 3-2. Swung on and popped it up. Foul and out of play. We'll do it again. The payoff pitch. Kicks and fires. Outside wide. Ball 4. So Verdugo will head on down to first. Gleyber Torres stands in. He's 0 for 2. First pitch swinging. Pops that up high in the sky. Tommy Edman calls him off. What a way. F6 in your scorecard. That's the second at bat of the 3 that he's had tonight where Torres has swung at the first pitch and gotten out. Juan Soto now your batter with Gleyber Torres heading back to the dugout and Aaron Judge on deck. First pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is roasted in between second and first, and it is a 1-out single. for Juan Soto. Runners on first and second. Just one out, and Aaron Judge is coming up again. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Yankees. The Dodgers, no runs, no hits, no errors. They do have the walk. Couple of walks, one by Mookie Betts. First pitch on the way. Down and in for a ball, it's 1-0. Garrett Cole has gone 4 innings of no-hit ball. He has given up 2 walks, and he has struck out 3. Yankees altogether, they've struck out 3 times, but they have walked 4 times. The 1-0 to Judge. Kicks and fires. Swing! That ball's belted high and deep. Going back on the track, making the catch is Teoscar Hernandez for a loud out number 2. Wow. He gave that thing a ride. When he first uncorked on that, it looked like it got right in his wheelhouse. He definitely got a little too much of the plate. Kepik just got underneath it. Two down. Jazz Chisholm, the batter, righty-lefty. First pitch, 98 on the inner cut. It's on. First and second, 2 outs. Good speed on the base paths and at the home plate. The 0-1. Kepik comes set, brings it. Swing, pops it up. High and out of play, it's 0-2. Now, the one thing for sure, this isn't like most teams. The Dodgers being down 5-0 with still 5 innings to go. This game is far from over. The 0-2 count. Jazz, I think he might have cracked his bat handle. He goes back and gets himself a new bat. He'll head back to home plate. The 0-2. Inside. 1-2. A 1-2 count. Kepik comes set. Delivers. Swing, fouls it back. Not that there's much to gain, but Kepik really is not looking at the runners whatsoever. They decide they want to do a double steal. They might be in line to set one up, but up 5-0 and the cleanup hitter at the plate, you're probably not going to put that on. The 1-2 from Kepik. Swung on, pops it back, foul. We'll do it again. If there's ever a time you would think about doing it when a pitcher's not looking back to runners, it's with runners on first and second, speed on the base paths, and a 1-2 count, thinking you might get an off speed in the dirt to try to give him a chase. The 1-2. Inside, 100 miles an hour. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. $5-0 your score. Here's the pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. 99 top shelf inside. That'll end the inning. Jazz doesn't like it, but it definitely got all of the zone. We'll be back in a flash. Aaron Judge, so far, the star of the show tonight. Yankees lead it 5-0. Dodgers. See if we'll have anything to say with that when they come back. They are still hitless heading to the 5th inning.
Oh, I'm Dean Martin. I'm trying to renew my license.
You mind if I call you Dino? You know, I watch your show on and off.
You do?
Sure, every time it's on, I turn it on.
Go ahead, ask me a few questions.
Do you drink when you drive?
Of course not.
Then I guess you don't drive very much. Do you need glasses?
Only when I drink.
You snitch on your coworkers for $1,000 a week?
Sherelle had Keisha clock her in 3 times early this week, and she wasn't even here because her baby daddy moved further out. Jerome be doing donuts on the forklift in the warehouse, and he never changed out the propane tanks. And Cindy and HR be doing powder.
What was the coolest rule that your parents gave you growing up?
My parents had this real cool rule. So basically, if I went to school and I got good grades, I stayed out of trouble, did my chores at home, didn't talk back. I mean, not that I would want to, because the last time I did, I got my head knocked between the washer and dryer and I had a hard time getting it out. But either way, do good in school, do good at home. They would give me an allowance. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. They allowed me to stay in their house.
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Bro, I'm risking my life. It's not worth it. It's not.
You are so going to end up in porno.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Lean. Whalers, frozen in at Herschel Island above the Arctic Circle, played too, naming their teams the Hoodlums, Walruses, and Blubbers.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Garrett Cole to Kike Hernandez. He's down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing! That ball's rifled into right center field, down for a base hit. And that is the very first base hit of the Los Angeles Dodgers today. Good hard hit ball. It's a fastball at the top of the zone on the outer edge, and Kike just kind of slapped it out there. That'll bring up Tommy Edman. Edman struck out swinging last time up in the 3rd inning, first time up. First pitch on the way to Edman is 90-mile-an-hour sinker up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Cole comes set, brings it, swung on, chopped foul down the first base line. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Cole steps off the rubber for a second. There's a left-hander warming up in the Dodgers bullpen. Looks like it's Alex Vesia. The Dodgers hoping to scratch a couple across in this inning and then maybe make it a game here. The 0-2 to Edman. Swung on, lifted. Foul down the line. We'll do it again. Edman came over in the trade for the Cardinals at the deadline, and he is under contract next year for the Dodgers. Really, once I saw that, I was really surprised that St. Louis traded him away. Tommy Edman has always been a really good player. We talked about him at the trade deadline. As the 0-2 swung on, lifted into center field, drifting in, making the running. Oh, it's off the glove of Aaron Judge. You're going to have an E8, or will you? Yes, you will. Kike Hernandez was retreating back, had to haul Buns up to second base, and he is safe. Wow. That'll be an E8 all the way. I mean, that's just one of those ones where it looks like he closed the glove a hair before he should have. And Kike just got there in time. That's one of those ones, if you're Kike, you run through the bag if you have to, and then turn around and dive. Because you want to make sure you at least get there in time. Will Smith stands on deck, runners on first and second, nobody out. So Judge, who's been a star tonight, made a running catch slamming into the center field wall if you're just joining us. He hit a home run, a 2-run shot that if this score stays where it's at, they will be the game-winning RBIs. Hit a 2-run shot in the first inning, but right there with egg on his face, first pitch to Smith is down and away. It's 1-0. Cole and company will be trying to pick his teammate up. You just don't see that very often in Major League Baseball. You don't see it very often, especially in the postseason where the elites are playing. 1-0, 94. Below the knees, but called a strike. It's 1-1. Judge has just got to kick that out of his mind and get back to focusing on the game. You don't want that one error to have your mind not right, and the next thing you know, you unravel. The 1-1 misses high 2-1. Smith, and then Gavin Lux. And if they can keep it going, the top of the order of Shohei and Mookie and Freddie, this could be a big part in the game here if the Dodgers can keep the line moving. The 2-1 to Smith. Swing and a miss. 2-2. 98 right down the track. Yankees 5, Dodgers nothing. Los Angeles, runners on first and second. Nobody out. The 2-2. Swung on, ripped over toward short, deep in the hole. Volpe's going to throw it to third. Bad decision. It goes off the glove of Jazz Chisholm. It's going to be a difficult throw. And remember, Jazz is not a traditional third baseman. And that will be bases loaded. Nobody out. Smith, the catcher, was running. So I don't know if Volpe just didn't feel like he could get there. I feel like he could have gotten that runner. It was deep in the hole, though Smith runs well for a catcher. He's still a catcher. It's not like he got Otis Nixon flying down the line over there. He was trying to get the out to keep the double play in order. That's a little greedy, leading 5-0. That's just a youngster making a mistake. And so 2 bad defensive decisions back to back. And it will be an error on Volpe. Didn't know how they were going to score that, because if you assume that he couldn't have got the runner at first, you would give it an infield single, but it did appear that he had plenty of time to get the runner at first. So instead, bases loaded, nobody out. Gavin Lux, who has 2 grand slams in his career, stands at the plate. They're just trying to get a run across, though. First pitch on the way, 99 misses inside. It's 1-0. And if that's not enough pressure on you, if you are Garrett Cole, some guy by the name of Shohei Ohtani is looming on deck. Mookie Betts behind him, and Freddie Freeman if they keep it going. The 1-0, right there at the knees, 1-1. 1-1 count. Yankees 5, Dodgers nothing. The pitch, swing and a miss. 99 blew it right by him, 1-2. A strikeout would be enormous right here for Cole. Lutz. If there's ever a time to shorten up your swing, choke up on the bat, it's this time. You got pretty good speed all around the base paths. Bases loaded. The 1-2. Cole comes set. Swing and a miss, strike 3, blew it right by him on the outer edge. 99 top shelf, 1 away. He just cooked him on the outside. Basically said, here it is, see if you can hit it. May not be quite as much bravado on the next 3 batters. Shohei Ohtani digs in. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 95 cutter. Little movement. It's 0-1. Ohtani, this postseason, is batting .429. Runners on 132. And nobody on. 0-1, down and in. 1-1. You always figure some of that, it's not just the batter, that's the pitchers he's facing. When you're starting the game, and you're the leadoff hitter, nobody's on, and you're usually facing a pretty good pitcher. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 98. Blew it right by him, busted him inside, 1-2. So Garrett Cole is just sitting back and grinding and bringing it. Here's my best stuff. Let's see if you can hit it, Shohei. One swing could change this game mightily. Another strikeout would be devastating for the Dodgers. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the knuckle curve. 2 away. So how about that? Bases are still loaded, but now there's 2 outs. Mookie Betts the batter. You'll have a righty-righty matchup. Mookie Betts walked his last time up. First pitch, down and away. It's 1-0. Now you can really play around a little bit because no longer does a fly ball score a run. But with a 5-0 lead, that may not be on the front of Cole's mind anyways. The 1-0 swung on, chops it over to first, and the Yankees are going to get out of this. No, they're not! No, they're not! Nobody's covering first. Anthony Rizzo had to... Holy cow, it's 5-1. We'll clean that up here in just a second. The ball was chopped over to first. Rizzo appeared to going to have enough time to get it, but he waited on it instead of charging it. So when he didn't charge it, Garrett Cole was not covering the bag. If you're the pitcher, you got to keep running down the line. You know Mookie Betts is running. You're going to have to cover the bag, and that is 3 defensive gaffes. They'll end up giving him an infield single, but all in all, that's an error. And here comes Freddie Freeman. First pitch on the way, swung on and fouled it straight back. It's 0-1. Freddie Freeman, 2 flyouts, and the last one, he just missed pay dirt by inches. And now a home run would tie this puppy up. Bases loaded, 0-1 count, speed all over the paths. 92 outside wide, 1-1. Standing on deck is Teoscar Hernandez. You know, if you're Cole, and I know this sounds insane, but you almost think about pitching around him, even though it'll cost you a run, because you don't want to lay one into, obviously, the hottest hitter on the field. And 1-1, swung on, pops it back foul, 1-2. Chase that 4-seam out of the zone. That's one Freddie'd like to have back. So a 1-2 count. Dodgers are on the board. 5-1 your score. 3 terrible defensive plays have led to just 1 run. Yankees will take it if that's all it is. The 1-2. Swung on, chops it just foul in between home and first. The 1-2. Freddie Freeman has hit 4 home runs in 4 games in this World Series. A home run in every single game, including a walk-off grand slam in Game 1. Can he do it again? The 1-1. Cole comes set, his 75th pitch of the inning. By far and away the longest inning and the most pitches that he has thrown. Steps back on the rubber, looks in. Here's the 1-2. Swing! That ball's lifted into center field. That's going to be down for a base hit. 1 run will score. It's 5-2 New York. 2 runs will score. It's 5-3 New York. And the Los Angeles Dodgers are back in this one. It's 5-3. Freddie Freeman coming through once again with a rifle up the middle. And the runners are on the corners with 2 outs. How about that? Five to 3. Teoscar Hernandez is now the batter. 1 swing now would give the Dodgers the lead. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way from Cole. Swing and a miss. Chase the cutter off the plate. It's 0-1. Hernandez thinking the same thing I think a lot of people were thinking, that after giving up those runs, Cole might just be laying one in there to get a strike. Instead, pretty slick pitch out there. He's about to throw his 28th pitch of this inning. Remember, coming into this inning, he had a very low pitch count. The 0-1, swung on, fouled back. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. He wasn't even at 50 pitches coming in here to the 5th. The 0-2, down and away 1-2. Instead, he is now at 78. At least 79 for the inning. Excuse me, for the game. And he's right there at the 30 mark for just this 1 inning. But really, it's all been his defense backing him up. And he was just as much to blame for not covering first that would have ended the inning just moments ago. The 1-2, swing, lifts it into center field, drifting back, running back is Aaron Judge. That ball's going to go off the wall. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. 1 run will score. Here comes Freddie Freeman. 2 runs will score, and the Los Angeles Dodgers have tied this baby up. Holy cannoli! Teoscar Hernandez with the bases clearing double. And we're just in the 5th inning. Check your blood pressure, folks. This one's going to get ugly. He gave that ball a ride. It looked like Judge might have a beat on it, but it just got just a little bit past Judge. Pretty good play off the carom, but with Freddie running on contact, they had no chance to get Freddie streaking home from third, first to home. Max Muncy, the hitter, will take the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Here comes the pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. If you're just joining us, the New York Yankees were up 5-0. The Dodgers have come back to tie it. All 5 runs here in the 5th. The 2-0. Cole spins around, chases Hernandez back to second, excuse me. Everyone in the chat saying, if this were the Braves, I'd be going out of my mind. Here's the kicker. Well, I'll hold it for after the inning. The 2-0, down and away. Ball 3, 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Standing on deck behind Max Muncy is Kike Hernandez, and you wonder if he loses him here, do they have to go get him? Because he might just be out of gas. The 3-0, swing, pops it up, high back out of play, 3-1. Three 3-1 count. Right-hander Conley is warming up in the Yankees bullpen. You know they'd love to get another inning out of Cole. When you're creeping up near 40 pitches in one inning, that's a big ask on a big man. The 3-1. Hernandez. Decent lead at second. Pitch on the way. High and out of the zone, ball 4. And he'll head on down to first. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. And Senor Octobre is coming to the plate. It looks like that Aaron Boone's going to roll the dice. They're going to go out there and have a quick chat with the infield. The Dodgers managers will stick in the dugout and give Cole an opportunity to get out of this mess. You got runners on first and second and 2 out. Mark Rippinger, the home plate umpire, is out there to try to break up the party. They were literally not even acknowledging. They were laser focused on whatever they were discussing. So runners on first and second. 2 outs. Yankees 5, Dodgers 5. Kike Hernandez, the batter. Tommy Edman stands on deck. First pitch on the way to Kike is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Remember, Kike got this started. The 0-1. Swung on, pops it back, foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Dodgers 5, Yankees 5. Top of the 5th. Garrett Cole about to throw his 87th pitch of the night. Pitch on the way, swung on, chops it over towards second. Volpe's got it, steps on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. But not before the LA Dodgers have put 5 on the board. It's tied in the Bronx. 3 defensive miscues and some timely hitting have got us knotted up at 5.
Smoking, that's another one. Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip-boo-bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Today we are talking about one of the worst offensive teams ever to win a World Series, the 1906 Chicago White Sox. The team owned the league's worst batting average and only hit 7 home runs the entire season. Only 3 of their everyday starters had a batting average over 250. Out of the 7 home runs they hit that season, Billy Sullivan and Fielder Jones accounted for more than half of them with 2 apiece. During a 3-week stretch in August, they went 19-0, while the other 3 teams ahead of them had a losing record during that same stretch. No one in the press dared pick the White Sox to beat the Cubs. Through the first 4 games of the World Series, the White Sox had 6 runs, 11 hits, and an embarrassing 0.97 batting average. Despite this, the series was still tied at 2. Game 5 would turn the series when the White Sox took advantage of an overflow crowd. Back then, when balls hopped over the roped-off crowd, they were considered doubles. The White Sox had 8 doubles in the game and won 8-6. In the last 2 games of the series, the White Sox would finally break through offensively with 16 runs and close out the biggest upset in World Series history.
Baseball is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the raging, tearing, booming 19th century. Mark Twain.
Welcome back. Alex Vesia, the left-hander, stands in against Giancarlo Stanton, who hit his 7th home run of the postseason his last time up. Stanton takes it inside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, 94 inside. 1-1. Good to see you, Willis. So during that entire inning, that entire half inning, with all the crazy that's going on, and the inning just kept going and going as a 1-1. Comebacker back up the mound, scooped up by Lux. He'll fire it over to first. 4-3 on the putout, 1 away. I had the worst Charlie horse, and I couldn't stand up because the way my studio is set up, if I stood up, y'all wouldn't be able to hear me call the game. And it's one thing that's going out on YouTube and Facebook. This is going out on a bunch of different radio stations too. So I was like, my God, could they at least make a pitching change or something? But anyways, I got through it. First pitch on the way to Rizzo, lefty. 86 misses high. 1-0. 1-0. Rizzo. Looks like they were calling. Is that a warning or is that an automatic strike? Because the way he gave him the look, I guess it was just a warning because they haven't changed it on the board. The 1-0. Swung on, lifted back, foul. 1-1 count. Dodgers and Yankees tied up 5 apiece. The 1-1 pitch. 95 up top, 1-2. The 1-2. Comes set. Kicks and fires. Swing. That ball's lifted into center field. Coming over, making the running catch is Kike Hernandez. 2 away. Tell you what, Vesia is really flirting with that pitch clock. The last couple of pitches he's thrown, he's gotten it down to 1 second. You know, they keep going back to that play with Rizzo and Cole. You can blame them both on that play. First pitch on the way is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball up top to Volpe. It's on 1. Rizzo has got to know that he's got to charge that ball, but at the same token, Cole has got to be covering first. The 0-1. Misses high, 1-1. 1-1 count. Comes set, kick, swing, and a miss, 94. 1-2. If the Dodgers can come all the way back and win this thing, the season will end. If not, and the Yankees stave off elimination one more night, we'll have Game 6 right here on Friday night. The 1-2. Volpe, swing, that ball sliced into right field. That's down for a base hit. And the Yankees have 1 on with 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Austin Wells, the batter now, lefty-lefty matchup. Runner on first, 2 outs. Vesia comes set. Stands and delivers. Down and away slider, it's 1-0. The 1-0. High and inside, 93 miles an hour. 2-0. With a 2-0 count. Wells digs inside. That get him? It looks like it did. They're going to check down the line to make sure he didn't go around. He did not. So would have been ball 3, but instead it's going to be a hit by pitch. Looks like it got Wells. Is he shaking his left hand? Might have got him in on the wrist. We'll check to see if he's okay. I mean, he got a double bang there. It hit him on the wrist and then ricocheted and got him right in the ribs. So if the first one didn't hurt, I guarantee you that second one did. They're checking his hand, and he's kind of flexing it. See if he's all right. No, Wells doesn't want to come out. That would be his catch hand as well. Some positions you could almost fight through that, but man, if you're a catcher and you got something wrong with that hand, that's going to be brutal trying to catch every single pitch. Alex Verdugo is now the batter. Looks like they're going to leave him in, so we'll see if he stays in the game. Sometimes these guys will stay in to run, and then by the time they get to the dugout, it's swollen up. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. 86 outside wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. 93 inside. 2-0. 2-0 count, runners on first and second. Vesia came in and got 2 quick outs and now find himself in trouble. You see that a lot in the postseason. The 2-0. Outside wide ball 3-0. He's in danger of walking the number 9 hitter, which would flip the order over. Gleyber Torres is on deck. You would think that would probably be it. The 3-0. 93 on the outer edge. 3-1. Pryor and Roberts just had a discussion. He jumped on the phone. The Dodgers bullpen. They haven't shown the Dodgers bullpen in a while, so I don't know if they've already got someone working or if that was the nod to get someone working. 3-1. Down and in, ball 4, so the bases are loaded. 2 outs. The Dodgers, who have fought back to get in this game, they could easily cough a couple up here and really kill their momentum. First pitch on the way to Gleyber Torres is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. Standing on deck is Juan Soto. The 1-0 from Vesia. Right there at the knees, 1-1. Gleyber Torres had that look like he wanted that one back. He spit on it all the way, but you can tell he was thinking that was right in his wheelhouse. 1-1 count, the 22nd pitch of the inning by Alex Vesia. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, 94 off the track, 1-2. Dodgers 5, Yankees 5. Inning number 5. The 1-2. Vesia comes set, brings it. Swing, lifts it high, and deep into right field. Drifting back on the warning track, making the catch is Mookie Betts, and that'll end the inning. So the Yankees threatened but could not get across a run. We head to the 6th. It is tied in the Bronx.
Hitting is not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
Want to talk about hotels? You want to win some ball games?
Hey, we won the World Series.
In 6 games.
And there's quickly 2 away. Just 7 pitches into the inning. Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep in center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4. On the bat of Freddie Freeman, the crowd is going bananas.
In 1882, owners of Midwestern clubs left out of the National League established a league of their own, the American Baseball Association. Its games cost just a quarter. Its teams played on Sundays, and its ballparks sold liquor. The new Beer and Whiskey League drew bigger, rowdier crowds. The stands filled with working men and immigrants, not the middle-class, native-born fans who followed the National League. It was baseball's heyday. Competition flourished, play improved, attendance skyrocketed, and huge wood and iron grandstands were built in all the big cities. The 2 leagues staged an end-of-the-season championship for fans who could not get enough baseball.
welcome back. Garrett Cole set to bring you the 6th inning. First pitch on the way, 97. Looked like it was a touch outside, but got the strike call. Tommy Edman to lead us off. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on, rifles it back, foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Those who can't see it, if you're listening on radio, if you're in one of our other apps, the 0-2 swing lifted into left field, drifting back, making the catches. Verdugo went away. We want to congratulate Willis for getting to the end of the working line. He retired. One down, top of the 6th. First pitch on the way to Will Smith from Garrett Cole. And that one had more of the plate than the one he just called a strike, but it's 1-0. This is the stuff you get from Rippinger. What I saw in my notes, because we had him several times in the Braves season, the 1-0, swung on foul back, is that it appeared as the game wore on, he got less interested, almost like he started expanding the zone. Now, who knows if that's fatigue or if he's just like, all right, man, it's enough already. The 1-1 in the dirt. 2. You're just joining us. The Yankees jumped out to a 5-0 lead. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. Home runs by Judge, Jazz, and Stanton. And then all in the 5th inning, the Dodgers came roaring back to tie it up. The 2-1 swung on, chops it off the plate foul, 2-2. Yankees had 2 errors in that inning, and then they had one that will never be in the scorecard. So, folks, years from now, go to pull up this game. They'll never know, but we'll know. Cole not covering first and Rizzo not charging the ball extended the inning and really got the game to the tie. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 away. You go back to that play. If you think about where the Yankees were at on that at that point, his first pitch on the way to Lux, he swung on a chop foul back behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swung on, lifted back. 0-2. Mookie Betts hit the infield single. Or at least that's what they called it. The Yankees could have been out of the jam. Instead, it made it 5-1 with the bases loaded. And after that, all hell broke loose. The 0-2 swung on, pops it up. Coming over, making the running catch is Soto, calling off Judge, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 6th. We'll finish that thought when we come back. The Yankees, Dodgers, tied up at 5. Aaron Judge is due up when we return.
Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm tired of talking to you.
As that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley had the big home run earlier. And Austin Riley, lifetime, is 0 for 2 against Trina. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Jock Peterson, by the way, is 2 for 4 lifetime versus Trina. Here's the swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzy Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely Scooby-Doo down the line. How about that?
What do you want? 25 years old. What does a 25-year-old man want?
Hit a parlay and drink some beers with my buddies. And yeah, I'm going to go as far as to say that's any man of any age. That's all we want. Just hit a parlay, drink some beers with the buddies, hit another parlay, drink some more beers, play some more parlays. That's pretty much the 1-2 punch. I'm going to say any man of any age. That's pretty much, that's all we want. That's it.
In 1882, William Hulbert died, and control of the National League and his old team, the Chicago White Stockings, passed to his second-in-command, A.G. Spaulding.
The magnet must be a strong man among strong men. Everything is possible to him who dares. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
The railroads had Commodore Vanderbilt. Big Steel had Andrew Carnegie. Big Oil, John D. Rockefeller. Baseball had Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back. Brewster Gratterall steps in. First pitch on the way from Gratterall is 97 miles an hour down around the ankles to Juan Soto. He had to dive out of the way. It's 1-0. We're talking about cereals, favorite cereals. I was a Captain Crunch. I mean, when I was younger, I loved Captain Crunch, and I figure I'll die if I eat that stuff, but I loved it back in the day. The 1-0. High and out of the zone, 2-0. I think now the most exciting thing I probably like is corn checks. Or those rice checks, man. What the hell was that? I don't know. The 2-0 swung on, foul back out of play, 2-1. I don't know what made someone think rice checks, but those are terrible. I don't know if you've ever accidentally bought rice checks, grabbing for the corn checks, and you get it home. You've already opened the box when you realize what you've done. The 2-1, down and in, 3-1. Three-1 count. I never eat cereal in the daytime anymore. If we eat cereal, it's because me and my wife just don't feel like cooking that night. We don't have time or whatever, and that's what's for dinner. I feel like if you eat cereal, you're very non-productive the rest of the day. 3-1 count. Soto digs in. Swing. Fouls it back. 3-2. Might have chased that one out of the zone, but he's trying to take the lead here. Soto, Judge, and Jazz. If anybody gets on, Mr. October himself, Giancarlo Stanton. Back to that thought on the fifth inning. If they get out of that inning, because the 3-2 misses high out of the zone, ball 4, Soto will head down to first. And here comes Aaron Judge, who had an incredible home run in the first, an unbelievable catch at the wall, robbing Freddie Freeman of extra bases, and then somehow an E8 on a simple fly ball that helped unravel that fifth inning for the Dodgers to come back and tie the game. 1-0 to Judge, righty-righty. Floats a slider right there, 1-1. You go back to that play when Mookie Betts beats out that infield single. And Kike Hernandez comes home to score. And you got the bases loaded. There's the 1-1 swing and a miss, 99 up top, 1-2. And right after that, Freddie Freeman singled to second to score 2 as the 1-2 down and in, 2-2. And then Teoscar Hernandez doubled to center over Judge's head, scoring Betts and Freeman. And that's where we stand. The 2-2 down and away, ball 3, 3-2. You talk about, when you talk about a game of inches, or you just talk about a game turning on a dime, the game of inches would be the catch that Judge should have made. If he just closes his glove a millisecond later. This is the 3-2. Fouled high and out of play. We'll do it again. That thing went up into the upper deck. But when you go back and you point to that entire inning, and you had the fielding error by Judge. There's the 3-2 pitch. Swing! Rifles it down the line. Do it again. You had the poor decision that they gave the throwing error to Volpe. It really wasn't the throwing error. It was the decision to go to third. He should have went to first with a 5-0 lead. And it's little things like that that can unravel a team. And it's hard to win world championships when you're doing that late in October. To me, those are the equivalent, if you're talking about a football team, getting a ton of holding penalties every time that you start to get the ball moving in the right direction. The payoff pitch, up top. I don't know about that one. Looked like it might have grabbed the zone. Gratterall did not like that one at all. But it will be ball 4, and Aaron Judge will head down to first, and you've got runners on first and second, nobody out, and Jazz Chisholm. I mean, the ball definitely hit over the plate, that's for sure. The biggest question would be if it was low enough. And considering Aaron Judge is 6'7", I'd say it was definitely low enough. They showed the camera over the plate that lets you know where that ball was. And it definitely crossed over home plate. I'm sure if you're Gratterall, you're thinking to yourself, man, it's hard enough to go through this lineup without you squeezing me. Jazz Chisholm, your batter. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 98 up top. It's 0-1. Jazz hit a home run in the first inning following up Aaron Judge's home run. The 0-1. Drops a bunt down. Foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. Not a terrible idea there. If you get that bunt down, first of all, with Jazz's speed, there's a good chance he could beat that out. Say we're not playing him to bunt. And even if he doesn't, you get runners over to second and third with one out and Giancarlo Stanton coming to the plate. Instead, you got 0-2 count. Pitch from Gratterall, swung on, chops it over to second. Fires it over to second is Lux. It'll be a force out. Runners on the corners now for the New York Yankees. So though Jazz didn't get both runners over, he did get Soto into scoring position from just a fly ball away. And when you talk about needing a fly ball, there really isn't many guys you'd rather have on an active Major League Baseball roster in October than Giancarlo Stanton. 7 home runs this postseason. First pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's blasted high and deep into center field. making the catch is Kike Hernandez. He'll fire it into second, and the throw, Jazz is safe. Soto scores, and the New York Yankees have taken a 6-5 lead. Good heads-up base running by Jazz Chisholm. A lot of guys would have just went halfway and then trotted back to first. Instead, he realized that ball was going to get caught. He tagged up, and using that great speed of Jazz, who's played center field for the Marlins, always a good base runner. Head first slide, really good throw by Kike Hernandez. I didn't think that was even going to be close. First pitch to Anthony Rizzo, swung on and fouled straight back. It's on. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Inside. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Rizzo, 2 for 15 in this series. A strikeout and 2 lineouts. Tonight, the 1-1 to Anthony. Swing, fouls it straight back, 1-2. Yankees 6, Dodgers 5. Rizzo steps out of the box, gets back in. The 1-2. Runner goes. Then retreats back. Jazz was looking like he was going to take off, but he slammed on the brakes and came right back. It was enough for Will Smith to stand up behind home plate. You got a 2-2 count. Gratterall steps off the rubber. So that'll be counted as a move. The 2-2. Down and in, 3-2. Full count to Rizzo. Standing on deck for the Yankees is Anthony Volpe. Gratterall, 24th pitch of the inning, so keep an eye on that. The payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. In fact, Rizzo had to bend out of the way. He'll head on down to first. And Anthony Volpe, who hit a grand slam last night, could really break this one open with another home run. Looks like that might be the end of it for Gratterall, as it looks like Dave Roberts is making his way to the mound, and that'll be it. Gratterall gave up a run, got them 2 outs, but we'll go back to the pen, and looks like Blake Treinen is coming on for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
What do you think has become so expensive that it's just not worth it anymore?
Life. Thank you for listening.
Hey Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
You don't slap me for telling jokes. That's unacceptable. And the thing is, Will, I love him, but he was, the happy-go-lucky before the slap, and nobody saw that coming, which was weird. 50 Cent had been going ham on Jada. He didn't slap 50 Cent. He slapped 50 pounds. Chris Rock can't defend himself. His hands don't even make fists. You ever see them little hands? He got like little back scratches.
Armchair.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. He had been the finest pitcher of the 1870s. He learned his baseball from Harry Wright, who had paid him $1,500 a year to pitch for the Boston Red Stockings. In 1876, he left Boston for Chicago, lured by William Hulbert's offer of a $500 raise and 25% of the gate. But Spaulding had still bigger things in mind. At age 27, he stopped pitching entirely to become a full-time promoter of baseball and himself.
Thank you for the donation, Keith. Runners on first and second, one out. Blake Treenan, the pitcher. As Anthony Volpe stands in. I'm surprised. I've never told you all that squirrel cooking story. I'll do it here in a second. First pitch on the way is a pitch in off the plate. It's 1-0. Years ago, long before I ever thought about being a chef. That's the irony of this. But I had a roommate, and is the 1-0 down and in 2-0. And the roommate, he definitely couldn't cook. I just started kind of fiddling around learning it. I kind of taught myself how to cook, not just at home, but I would be at work. I worked security, and I also worked bar and whatnot, and I would just kind of find myself back behind the line learning how to cook this and that, the 2-0. Right there at the knees on the inner cut, it's 2-1. Sinker 97 miles an hour from Blake Treenan. But I hadn't cooked that much for that often. Early 20s, and I don't know. I've probably been cooking for maybe a handful of years, and most of it wasn't much. As Treenan turns around and spins towards second to chase Jazz Chisholm close to the base. And I had a roommate that came home, country boy from Tennessee. And he'd gone out squirrel hunting, and he got himself a couple. 2-1, right there on the inner track, sweeper, 2-2. So Deuce is wild. 2 on, 2 out. A 2-2 count. The pitch from Treenan. 97 misses high. Ball 3. He came home with his squirrels, and he did not know how to cook them at all. But he was convinced I could figure it out. I'm like, dude, what? What are we doing here? The payoff pitch, runners go. Swing, that ball's ripped over towards second. Lux has it, flips it over to first. That'll end the inning. But not before the New York Yankees put one on the board. We head to the top of the 7th. It's a 1-run game here in the Bronx. You're listening to the 2024 World Series.
Hey, how do you make friends so easily online like you do? Oh, it's easy. I'm a train wreck and people like to watch.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
PA plus E equals P. This is simple for everybody. You have so much God-given talent, and you really can't control that. You can control your effort and your attitude. Positive attitude plus effort equals your performance.
What blows my mind is people willingly back up into parking spots. If someone had a gun to my head and they say back up into that parking spot or parallel park, honey, make that casket pink, because that ain't going to happen.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call, Braves Country. So, to finish that story, we got these squirrels here. They've been skinned and whatnot. First of all, if you've never eaten squirrel, have you ever seen squirrel? I wouldn't recommend it. Because just like any animal, the fatter an animal is, the better the taste is going to be. When you have something like a squirrel, or people talking about eating rats or whatever, it's all muscle, so it's just gamey. There's just nothing to it. But anyways, he had squirrel, and him. I want to say him and his dad had hunted, and they'd skinned, and then they put it in the freezer, and he brought it back over later on that week. I can't remember the chronology of it, but I know that it had already been thawed when he got it to the house. First pitch on the way to Shohei Ohtani is 95 at the knees. It's 0-1. I'll tell you what, the Dodgers going to win this World Series. They really need Ohtani to wake the hell up. He's 2 for 18. And if he's that hurt, he needs to sit down. The 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. They said that injury had nothing to do with his swing. So if that's the case, he's got to come up here. The 1-1 to Ohtani. Swung on, lifted, over to short. Scooped up by Volpe. Easy 6-3 put out. Went away. So after getting it out, and I told the guys, like, man, I can't. I'm guessing here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But what we did was we heated up the oven, and before we heated up the oven, I started just marinating the heck out of it with all kinds of different sauces and whatnot. I won't bore you with those details. But the plan was to finish it off in a pan. The knuckle curve from Cole to Mookie Betts is right there on the outer track. It's 0-1. Garrett Cole trying to really go the distance here. He's at 102 pitches. The 0-1 swung on. Chopper back to the mound. Easy peasy. 1-3 put out, 2 away. He's going to go as long as they can get him there, because this will be the last start of the season for Cole. And considering everything in his injury history, I don't think he would be on any kind of a situation where they would use him even for an inning in Los Angeles. Freddie Freeman, the batter, 2 down, first pitch, in the dirt, 1-0. So I got it out, and I finally ended up finishing it off in a frying pan and searing it and whatnot. And he swore to me that it was the greatest thing ever. He said it was just unbelievable. I ended up making a gravy and putting it. I would not even. You couldn't get me to touch that. The 1-0 swing. That ball's hammered down the first base line, just foul. Man, Freddie is really seeing the ball well. That ball was foul by maybe 2 inches. If it's fair, it's in the corner, and it's at least 2 bases. The 1-1, 106th pitch on the way, 93 misses high, 2-1. We've had a lot of 2-out rallies, even ones that have fallen flat here in this game. Freddie Freeman trying to do the same. Teoscar Hernandez standing on deck, the 2-1 pitch, outside wide, ball 3. So a 3-1 count. Here's the pitch to Freddie. Outside wide, ball 4. So Freddie Freeman does a good job of working his way aboard. I think that'll be it. They're going to come and get Cole. He's at 108 pitches, and I'm sure he'll get a standing ovation. He'll get a couple of Bronx cheers for not covering first, but all in all, he fought his way through a very tough 5th inning. The Yankees lead it by 1. Dodgers trying to come back and win the championship. Yankees trying to push this series to the West Coast.
can you wear a Bears jersey at a Packer game?
This is worse than when you wore the Air Supply t-shirt to the Aerosmith concert.
And to the rest of you, the non-believers, the underachievers, the tweet and deleters, you guys make me sick to my stomachs, fam.
A lot of people work really, really hard for their dreams, but it's not meant for everybody.
That's why you use auto-tune and I don't.
People like making fun of us guys who still wear cargo shorts, aka purse pants. Well, guess what? I can't wear the short shorts that are in style because I hit an age where my might fall at the bottom. Also, I can hold like 3 beers in each cargo pocket. Boom. And lastly, I always have 2 free hands. That means I can give 2 high fives.
Whoa. You're prejudiced against Tommy Macklin because you know he's a white guy.
I don't know anything about him.
I just told you he was a white guy.
So?
That's why you hate him. Well, you know he's a white guy, so you're against him. Well, I ain't prejudiced that way. I ain't prejudiced against no man just because his skin is the same color as my own.
Yeah, Archie has lots of white friends.
Like other captains of industry, Spalding crushed or bought out his competitors, becoming the largest sporting goods manufacturer in the country. Spalding Sporting Goods, its proprietor said, is converting all America to the gospel of exercise. Spalding ran his team and his empire from the private box he built for himself in Chicago's Congress Street grounds, fitted out with a gong to summon servants, and a new invention, a telephone, to keep track of all his enterprises while he watched the game. Newspapers called him the baseball messiah.
Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com. Welcome back. First pitch on the way. Clay Holmes to Teoscar Hernandez is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty. Kicks and fires. Inside 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Yeah, James, speaking of that, next Thursday, November 7th, will be our first Once Upon a Pastime series. We'll be talking about Pete Rose. The 2-0. Down and in 3-0. So a 3-0 to Hernandez. Standing on deck is Max Muncy. Freddie Freeman at first. Yankees lead it by 1. Still a long way to go in this one. The 3-0. Inside, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Righty-lefty matchup. By the way, to finish that story about the squirrel, he didn't finish it all. He put it in the fridge. Stuck it in the back. Let me tell you what squirrel looks like a month later when you find it in the back of your fridge and you're cleaning stuff out. God, what? First pitch on the way to Max Muncy. He's outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. I mean, it's already kind of gray and mealy looking. The 1-0 up top for a strike, 1-1. So 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Swing. Fouls it out. Muncy struggling in his own right. Batting just 170. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. The 1-2 to Muncy. Outside wide 2-2. Brian says eat it now or never. I mean, I chose never. But the reason why he had extra was because he brought a bunch in because he thought I was going to eat it. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to eat that. I can tell you that right now. I don't care what you do with it. 2-2. 85 just misses out of the zone, ball 3. So now the runners will be on the move. Sweeper missed high. I keep replaying, but it was definitely high and out of the zone. It was a good frame by Wells, but it was out of the zone. The payoff pitch. Swing, chops it foul. Slider down the line. Do it again. Anything that gets down in the outfield is going to score the run, the tying run. But now, with Hernandez at first, if you get one down in towards the gap, even if it gets cut off, they've got a chance to take the lead. The payoff pitch, runners go. Caught, looking strike 3. Muncy was trying to work his way aboard. You know that as a guy that's struggling when he flips his bat trying to head down to first, and it was kind of, you didn't even believe the acting job. We'll be back in a flash. Yankees lead it 6-5. Bottom of the 7th we go. Get up and stretch, y'all, here in the Fall Classic.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right, a 2, a 3. We out to the morning. Hey, we out to the night. Find me something up, cracker jack. I don't care if I have to get back on the street. Root for the
I really didn't know what I was doing, but essentially what I did to finish up that story, I blackened the chicken. I mean, the squirrel. Righty-lefty matchup. Training goes back to work. Wells the batter. First pitch on the way. Sweeper. About belt high. It's 0-1. As I remember him going, man, that looks good. That's pretty good. What'd you do? I was like, I don't know what I did, man. I was over here trying not to burn it, but I was trying to get, what I was doing, I was trying to get that gray look off of it. The 0-1, swing and a miss. 0-2. Because prior to that, the only thing I had ever really cooked was just your basic meats, steak, burgers, hot dog, that kind of stuff. I had never even thought about. It was just in a pinch. And it wasn't helping the fact that he and I were about a 6-pack in when we started going, you know what? Let's go and try to cook that squirrel. I still say to this day that playing Waylon Jennings in the background helped the whole situation. The 0-2. Swing pops it up. High, back out of play. Into the crowd. Back when you used to buy box sets, remember those with CDs? I remember I just gotten a box set of Waylon Jennings. Didn't know him well enough to really talk on it as the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. One away. But I just started getting into that era of music, and I don't know, it was on sale or something, and I remember grabbing it and we cracked that sucker open. Remember, it was a 2-for-1 deal. I got that in the Leonard Skinner box set, and I'll never forget cranking that up while cooking squirrel. I mean, it doesn't get any more white trash than that. First pitch on the way from Verdugo to Treenan is right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. High and out of the zone. 1-1. Now, we weren't roll tide in there, Brian. We were in God's country. We were in Middle Tennessee. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing. Fouls it back. 1-2. Righty-lefty matchup. Verdugo 1 for 2 on the night. 97 up high. Misses 2-2. Two count. Yankees lead at 6-5. Bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. 84 on the outer edge. Caught. Looking, strike 3. Hang that backwards K up there in the Raptors. 2 away. Not sure about that one. Might have been a touch outside, but definitely in a point where your game's too close to be trying to work your way aboard on borderline pitches. Top of the order we go. Gleyber Torres, who's 0 for 4. Takes the first pitch outside wide. 1-0. 3 for 20 in the series. He does have a home run. And 3 RBI to his credit. The 1-0. Down and in 2-0. But I remember years later when, I don't know, it was before I'd gone to culinary school, got certified, all that. But I remember I was in a kitchen and someone was showing me what they were doing to blacken something. I remember thinking to myself, I know what that is. I just didn't know what it was. The 2-0. High and out of the zone, 3-0. You know something you don't see anymore, you used to see back in the 90s, are pretty, I wouldn't say it was popular, but it was popular enough where you would see it from time to time. You don't see people ordering Pittsburgh anymore. The 3-0. Right down the pipe, taken all the way by Torres, 3-1. Juan Soto stands on deck in the hole. Aaron Judge. Yankees lead at 6-5. The 3-1 pitch. Swing. Rattles it back foul. 3-2. You got a full count. Torres is going to use his timeout. We do want to give a shout out to some folks. We won't give them the last names. We're going to give a shout out to some folks we know that tune in every night that do not comment. Is the 3-2 pitch. Swing, that ball. Broken bat. But Muncie has it, scoops it, flips it to first, and that'll end the inning. We head to the top of the 8th. It's a 1-run game in Gotham. The Dodgers will grab the sticks, trailing by 1.
All right, say cheese. Oh, I'm vegan, so can't really. Oh my God. Soy.
Look at Soto. He's kicked. He wants to throw the bat at the fans. Let him. That's his manager pulling him away. Boy, how bad is Jody Davis hurt?
A fan threw a beer at Mario Soto, and that incited him. He grabbed a bat and wanted to go after the fan with a bat.
I tell you the truth, and my wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed, we can't stop laughing, you know?
Hey, I'm from an era where we turn everything into a cook. Say what you want, but the salsa glass be making some good salsa water, boy. Yeah, you finish with a little jar of pickles. Boy, put some Kool-Aid in there. You use all the ragu out the glass jar? All right, put some soda in there. It's a glass container is empty and it becomes a reusable glass container. Shoot, you having company? Peel that paper off. Oh, y'all fancy over here. This a fancy glass.
Spalding led his White Stockings and a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party. The ball players in uniform, as for the first time the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
Welcome back. Top of the 8th we go. Conley, the pitcher. First pitch on the way. Change up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Tommy Conley, he's been warming up a few times tonight. Right-hander's thrown 8 2/3 innings this postseason. No earned runs. Does have 6 walks and 7 strikeouts. The 0-1. Misses high, 1-1. We're going to drop these in as we go along because we're not guaranteed a game 6. It's looking more and more like we're going to get a game 6, but we're going to drop in some hellos for the 2024 season so it doesn't get away from us. The 1-1 swung on, ripped into left field, down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for the LA Dodgers here in the top of the 8th inning. So these are folks you just never see in the chat, but we know that they tune in because they're constantly contacting some of our guys that run the channel and everything. So Just want to give a shout out. We won't give the last names because don't know where people we're falling on that, but I want to give a shout out to Michael and Jessica, Chris and Ashley. Is the first pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is going to get dribbled through the infield. Diving stop by Anthony Volpe, but it's going to be an infield single for the Trolley Dodgers. Wow. Tommy Edman just past Jazz Chisholm's reach. And a good job by Volpe to keep it from going into the outfield. But really, I don't know, as slow as that ball was rolling, if it does get into the outfield, they probably go first and third. I think I said Chris and Ashley. If not, we give a shout out to Matthew and Emily, Josh and Sarah. We got a Kim, a Jacob, a Sam, and a Nick. We might have double up on some of these names. Amanda and Andrew, Brittany, Mary, Helen, and then there's an Anna Margaret, not Ann, but an Anna Margaret. Ruth Elizabeth. I guess Ruth Elizabeth has been listening to us since the beginning. She says she remembers the first game out there in San Francisco. They're going to have a quick mound visit out there to kind of go things over. You can't pull Conley right now because he's got to face one more. But if nothing else, this is going to buy time in the bullpen. Marie, Joseph, probably goes by Joe, but Joseph, Rose, Frank, Henry, and a Hank, Robert, and Harry. I think we've got a few more that we may get to. Looks like, yeah, we've got a few more. We'll give a shout out to, looks like we got a Larry in the Facebook group. So runners on first and second, nobody out. The infield is in. Man, I'll tell you what, Rizzo's almost standing on right next to the pitcher. First pitch on the way, down and away, it's 1-0. Will Smith, the batter. Rizzo is so close, was so close. We'll go ahead and change the view on this so you can see what's going on. I mean, he is creeping down the line. It's not a given that Will Smith is going. I mean, he is past the pitcher's mound at this point. 1-0. Outside wide 2-0. It's almost like he's just daring Will Smith to swing. Rizzo might want to think about backing up. He hasn't even shown bunt. It'd be one thing if he's showing bunt. You don't see it a lot, but do you remember back in the 80s and whatnot, you would see is a 2-0, misses high, 3-0. Saw it a few times in the 86 Mets. I remember they would square up like they were going to bunt. Ray Knight did it a few times. I remember Mookie Wilson did it a few times. They'd square up like they were going to bunt and then turn back and just take a hack at the ball and just try to slap it by you. You don't see that as much anymore. The 3-0. Inside ball 4. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if you're going to walk the bases loaded. Now the bases are juiced. Nobody out. Also want to give a shout out to some folks this year that have been watching. Julie, Becca, Daniel, Nikki, and a Nicole. There's a Kevin, and Timothy, Sean, Shannon, Christine, Jeremy, and Patricia. There's also Rachel and April. I think that we got to everybody that is here listening in Braves country night in, night out, but they never really chime in. But they do send us emails to let us know that they are listening. It's always good to hear from people. So it looks like we're going to get a pitching change when we come back. It's 6-5 Yankees, but the bases are loaded and the Dodgers have nobody out.
You come at the king, you best not miss. 1 strike they count to Gwynn, and the fastball inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. At first, second, and short. And Gooden catches the outside corner with a fastball. So it's 1-2. Curveball and hit foul down the left side.
Giving him an off-speed pitch that he can really handle with a man on third and the infield back, especially through the middle. It's like giving up the run.
Goes back to the fastball, and it's fouled into the stands. So
shortstop or to the second baseman.
And the fastball for a ball. It's 2-2. And again the fastball. That puts the count at 3-2. And as you pointed out, Rusty, he does not strike out often. Got caught looking yesterday. 3-2 pitch, and it's hit down the line. It's foul. 3-2. 3-2 curveball out of the strike zone. So Gooden wins that one.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
Just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8.
On many a summer day, I played baseball starting at 8 in the morning, running home at noon for a quick meal, and again with fielding and batting till it was too dark to see the ball. These were times when my head seemed empty of everything but baseball names and figures. I could name the players who led in batting and fielding and the pitchers who had won the most games. And I had my opinions about who was better than anybody else in the national game. Carl Sandburg.
Welcome back. Bases are loaded. Nobody out. Gavin Lux, the batter. First pitch, high and out of the zone, 96 miles an hour from Weaver. It's 1-0. They go to their closer, Weaver. You know, had they not used him last night, you could have used Weaver to start this inning off and go 2 innings, but here we are. The 1-0, kicks and fires. 96 right down the pipe. 1-1. I'm sorry, not last night. In the game 3. Game 3 when they were getting dusted, they brought in Weaver. And it really felt like a really strange situation to do that. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. Just a reminder for folks who may not have been paying attention, we will be doing a week from tomorrow night our first Once Upon a Pastime series. If you're a baseball fan, I think you'll enjoy the series. The first one, November 7th, 7 p.m. It'll be Pete Rose. Is the 2-1 from Weaver, outside wide. Said he went around. I don't know about that one. That's a whew. Lux is kind of shaking his head, and he's like, okay, here we go. It's 2-2. Two count. Righty-lefty matchup. Digs back in. Here's the pitch. 97 out of the zone. Ball 3. We'll put the card up on the screen here when there's no action. The payoff pitch. Weaver, swing! That ball's lifted high into center field. This should tie the game. Aaron Judge drifts back. He'll make the catch. Here comes the runner, and they're going to go second to third, and the game is tied 6-6. I thought that Judge was going to be able to throw that ball into the infield quick enough, but, you know, he really didn't round off his catch. Had he rounded off his catch and brought his momentum towards third, he would have had a much better play on that. Instead, he drifted back and was caught flat-footed. And the Dodgers, not only have they tied the game, but Tommy Edman, really with the base running play of the game so far, makes it to third, and now runners on the corners, one out, and Shohei Ohtani, who's 0 for 4. You talk about a guy who's due, he climbs into the box. First pitch on the way, swung on, pops back foul and out of play. It's 0-1. That is the Once Upon a Pastime series, the curious case for Pete Rose to the Hall of Fame. And we're going to go over that. That'll be 7 o'clock Eastern, Thursday night, November 7th. So the first Thursday after baseball season, not counting tomorrow because we didn't know how long the series would go. So if the Dodgers win, we weren't going to do that on Halloween anyways. They are wanting to challenge. Did they say that he hit the glove? And they said he did. They're looking at the side view. The Yankees are going to challenge that. I didn't catch that at first. He had fouled the ball away. And, man, that is going to be a hard thing to turn over. See if we get a view here right down the plate. So the problem is, you know what? I think he got it. Because if you look at the outer webbing, you see the outer webbing of the catcher's mitt bend during the swing, and the ball never touched it. So he had to have made contact. Just common sense tells you that. So if that's the case, the bases are loaded now. They are, and one out. Apologize, I was putting that card up, didn't realize that they had called that. But looking at the replay, they got it right. And really a sigh of relief if you're a Dodger fan, not a Yankee fan, because you're not thinking, we don't have to face Ohtani. Ohtani's been struggling. Mookie Betts has come up with much bigger hits than Ohtani in this series. And, of course, Freddie Freeman looms on deck. First pitch on the way to Mookie, swung on, lifted high, and that'll give the Dodgers a 1-run lead as Aaron Judge makes the catch, fires it into the infield, and Tommy Edman will come home to score. And just like that, the Dodgers have taken a 7-6 lead. Now you got runners on the corners. 2 outs. Ohtani stayed put as the throw came into the infield to second base. And Freddie Freeman's the batter. An honest engine. If I'm the Yankees and Luke Weaver, I'm walking Freddie Freeman. You can pitch around him if you want, but you're playing a dangerous game. I am walking Freddie if I'm Weaver and the Yankees. First pitch on the way, 95 off the plate, it's 1-0. And you might see them just kind of nibble around the corners, but it's going to be you have to really trust that your pitcher's not going to leave one over the plate. 1-0. Or that he doesn't kick one wide and you get a wild pitch on it. 1-0 in the dirt. Whoa, right there. Change up in the dirt. Good block by Wells. 2-0. Just as I spoke it. So a 2-0 count. Righty, lefty. Here's the pitch. Swing, chops it foul, 2-1. You do wonder if Shohei may try to move on this pitch. I mean, there's not a lot of sense in it, considering you got the 1-run lead. It's more important to build that second run than to get thrown out and kill the inning. Walker Buehler is warming up in the Dodgers bullpen. How about that? How about that? The 2-1. Swing. Fouls it down the line, 2-2. Now that is a dangerous call there by Dave Roberts and the Dodgers, because Buehler doesn't have much experience coming off a short rest and coming out of the pen. He feels like that's his best option. So the 2-2 to Freddie. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase that changeup well out of the zone, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Dodgers take a 1-run lead when we come back. More offense could be in store. The heart of the New York Yankees lineup, Soto, Judge, and Chisholm coming to the dish.
My kids, they don't help either, you know. My kids, they're very smart kids I got, you know. Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Look at that! The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today? Armchair.
Past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Blake Treenan. He's right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Juan Soto, the batter. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Swing! Fouls it straight back. 0-2. Dodgers lead at 7-6. A seesaw affair. You saw the Yankees jump out 5-0. By the third inning. By the fifth, it was tied up at 5. Yankees grabbed the lead in the bottom of the sixth. The 6-5 lead, and the Dodgers have just taken a 1-run lead, getting 2 in the 8th. Pitch is outside wide, 1-2. So you might be wondering why they challenged that play. Is the 1-2 swing, hits it over to first. Freddie's got it, flips it over to Treenan, steps on the bag just before a hustling Soto hits first. 1 down. Good hustle by Soto, just couldn't get there in time. Once you get into the late innings, there's going to be an automatic review from the booth from New York. If they think it's close, they're going to review it. It's not going to be in your hands anyways. So I think it was really one of those things where they had a review to burn, and they just kind of hope for the best. First pitch on the way is inside to Aaron Judge. It's 1-0. It could come back and bite you if something happened in this inning, but the odds are well against that. The 1-0. Misses high 2-0. With it being the World Series, they probably would have already done it anyways. With a 2-0 count. Righty-righty matchup. Aaron Judge already with 1 home run. 85 on the black. Just above the knees, 2-1. Good sweeper. The 2-1. Swing! Fouls it back, 2-2. Two count. Judge digs in. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, down and away. Ball 3, 3-2. Full count. Standing on deck. It's Jazz Chisholm in the hole. Giancarlo Stanton. The payoff pitch. Swing! Fouls it down the line, out of play. We'll do it again. The payoff pitch once again, swung on, ripped over the head of the diving third baseman, Max Muncy, into the corner, and Aaron Judge has a lead, a 1-out double, for the New York Yankees here in the bottom of the 8th. Scalded just over the head of Muncy. Now that's a situation where you wonder why they did not make a defensive change. Muncy is not known for his glove to begin with. He hasn't been hitting the ball well. And he's one of the least athletic third basemen. Not a lot of guys are going to make that leaping catch, but as the first pitch on the way up top misses high, it's 1-0. Guys that are on the bench that you could have put over there, Miguel Rojas and Chris Taylor, both have played third base and both much more athletic. That might have been the difference right there. Walker Buehler is still warming up in the pen. The 1-0 to Chiz. Down and away off the plate. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Here's the pitch. Outside wide, 3-0. The 3-0. Kicks and fires. Top of the zone for a strike, 3-1. Sweeper just kissed the top of the zone. Jazz acts like that was just an egregious call. It really wasn't. It was right there at the top of the zone. He plays too much MLB The Show, I think. The 3-1 count. Runner at first. Tying run, standing in scoring position. High and inside, ball 4. That'll spin Jazz around. In fact, his helmet flew off. Giancarlo Stanton will come to the plate. Judge at second, Jazz at first. They're going to go out there and talk to Treenan. In fact, that's Dave Roberts. And he is going to leave him in. So, okay. Usually when you see the manager go out there to the mound, But I guess he wanted to read on his pitcher. We know this game could change in one swing. Stanton has already hit one out of the park. He has 7 home runs in the postseason. 18 home runs in his career, tied for 3rd in New York Yankees franchise history, and you know that's saying a mouthful. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Giancarlo Stanton stands in. And he's a double play waiting to happen, but also a home run waiting to happen. First pitch, swung on, pops it up, high into right field, coming in, making the catch is Mookie Betts. He'll fire it into the infield, 2 away. Big out there. Enormous out. Stanton goes back to the dugout. 2 on, 2 outs. That'll bring Anthony Rizzo to the plate. Not quite out of the woods yet. Anthony Rizzo. He is always a difficult out. He's a pro's pro when it comes to hitting. You get 2 strikes on him, you'll see him choke up on the bat to make it that much easier, or that much more difficult to strike him out. Anthony Rizzo 0 for 3 tonight, though. He did walk his last time up. First pitch on the way, 86 on the inner track. It's 0-1. First and second, 2 outs. Dodgers lead by 1 here in the bottom of the 8th. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. And throwing behind the runner, Aaron Judge almost got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He had a big lead off a second. Will Smith jumped up and fired the ball behind the runner at second. Judge got back there in time. Tommy Edman really didn't have an opportunity to get to the bag, but Will Smith just letting him know that he knows he's been bouncing around back there. So an 0-2 count. First and second, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. High and out of the zone. 1-2. Anthony Volpe stands on deck. He would lead off the 9th if Rizzo can't come through. The 1-2. 2 on, 2 out. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the bender on the inner cut just over the ankles, and that'll end the inning. So the Yankees put 2 on, but they can't come in and score. We are going to the 9th inning, a 1-run lead in an elimination game. Are you serious? We'll be back in a flash.
It is so hot outside, I almost called my ex so I could be around something shady.
There was no such thing as on demand. You couldn't just turn on a TV and be like, I want to see this
on
TV
demand.
show. Yeah, like what you have now is on demand. Like going to...
Like getting it right, like immediately? Is that what you mean?
That's
on demand?
On demand. Like demanding it right now. It's ready on demand. When you open Hulu, you go to season 12, episode 6, play, that is on demand. It is ready for you.
Ready,
That did not exist.
Oh, okay. Right.
It took you... Like, you would just have to wait months for the next season of a TV show.
Months?
They would leave it on a cliffhanger and have the season finale, and then you would just not know anything for like 3 months. So
I would just wait until everything's there to watch it then.
there was no there. You had to watch it while it was on television.
You can save it. You can record it with the remote.
Throughout the entire 90s, we had no ability to pause, rewind, live TV.
You couldn't pause?
No.
Oh, that's crazy.
Listen, and we had a TV guide, okay? We had a TV guide.
A remote?
What?
A remote?
A book.
Armchair.
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines and now baseball cards, printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes, brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bats. It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Welcome back. 7-6 your score. Yankees will send Weaver back out there. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, a P at the knees to Teoscar Hernandez. It's 0-1. Hernandez 1 for 3, a double, a walk, 2 RBI. 6 for 19 in the series. Not too shabby. The 0-1, swing and a miss. 0-2. Buehler is warming up in the Dodger bullpen. He may be asked to close the game. We'll have to see how this works out. Kind of be poetic if he's the one that gets the final out for the Dodgers, considering all that kid has been through over the last few years. The 0-2. Righty-righty matchup. Luke Weaver comes set. Swung on, ripped into left field. That's through for a base hit. And then Brooklyn Dodgers, the LA Trolley Dodgers, whatever the heck you want to call them, have got themselves a 1-run lead here in New York. One on, nobody out, and Chris Taylor will come on to pinch run for Hernandez. Runs a little better, plus he's a much better glove out there in the field. Max Muncy, now the batter. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing! That ball swatted into right field, drifting back, making the catch. That ball was hammered, but Juan Soto makes the catch just before the warning track for a loud out number 1. They're saying no team has ever come back down 5 runs in the clinching game to win the World Series. The Dodgers could be the first team ever. So they've got down 5-0 early, scored 5 in the 5th to tie it. They've traded blow since. Kike Hernandez, the batter, righty-righty matchup. They'll flip it over to first. Taylor was easily back behind it. They're going to flip it over there one more time. That one was a little closer, but he was definitely back. So now both moves have been made. Be interesting to see what they do here. Do they send Taylor, get him into scoring position? Big hole on the right-hand side of the infield. Weaver comes set. Looks over his shoulder. If he goes back over there again, he's got to get him. First pitch on the way to Kike Hernandez is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. So if he does go, you still have the pitch out. You can still pitch out. But if he does go over there, he's got to get him or it's a balk. 1-0. Swung on, pops back foul. 1-1. 1-1 count. Weaver comes set. Flips over there, and that was a lazy throw. That was strange. That's going to be a balk. I don't understand that. Were they intentionally doing that, or did he just forget the rule? He kind of just turned over there. I think he stepped off. When he stepped off, he realized, well, I got to go over there now, and was hoping for the best. But when you step off over there, you go over there a third time, you've got to get him. They did not. So you got a 1-1 count to Kike. Quick powwow at the mound. Kike Hernandez is 2 for 4 on the night. Continues his hot hitting ways here in October. Righty-righty matchup. Runner at second, 1 out. The pitch, high and out of the zone. 2-1. Brian's talking about the Christmas tree cakes. I'm assuming you're talking about the Little Debbie ones. Have you done the dip, Brian? It's a 2-1. Outside wide, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Dodgers lead it 7-6. Weaver comes set, brings it. High and out of the zone, ball 4. So the Dodgers have runners on first and second, 1 out. Yeah, that dip, the Christmas tree cake dip is man, that's where it's at. I'm going to tell you right now. Looks like Aaron Boone's going to go out there and make a pitching change. When we come back, Dodgers have first and second, 1 out, top of the 9th. And Tommy Edman, the NLCS MVP, is coming to the plate.
So y'all can stand on the chair and tape your phone to the ceiling to do that dumbass challenge, but your smoke detector been beeping off here.
I live next door. I've got problems with the Wi-Fi.
Okay, so why are you here to me?
Well, it's your Wi-Fi, isn't it? Have you done something?
Okay, but I've not got a problem with my Wi-Fi.
You've put a password on it.
What do you mean?
Look, how long have I been here now? I've been here 2 years. I've happily used the Wi-Fi, and now I see that you've put a password on it, and I can't use it. I think you're being unreasonable.
Wait, what? What did you say?
Look, it's very simple. You have Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah, I have Wi-Fi, yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, I've been happily using your Wi-Fi now for a couple of years, and all of a sudden you put a password on it, and I've got no access. I tell you what, you let me have your password, and that's the end of the problem.
Oh, hold a minute, you've been using my Wi-Fi?
Well, I don't know how much of your Wi-Fi it is. I mean, it's a signal, isn't it? Right? Well, the signal doesn't remain just within your 4 walls. So what comes out here is public. It's on public property, right? It's public.
Okay, but now you can't because I put a password on it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. So look, there's 2 things we can do. One is, and I think the easiest thing is, let me have your password. Or, of course, you can always remove your password. I mean, it's just pretty easy, really. Simple as that.
Armchair.
Roger Connor of the New York Giants was the era's greatest home run hitter. He smashed 138 during his career, a record which would stand until Babe Ruth came along.
Pull up a chair, your home, for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Mark Leiter Jr. will be the pitcher. First pitch on the way, 90 miles an hour off the outer edge, called for a strike. Edmund didn't like it, can't say I blame. It looked like it's about 2 inches off the plate. It's 0-1. But then again, this game started 3.5 hours ago, and Rippinger probably has dinner plans. The 0-1 down and in, 1-1. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires in the dirt, 2-1. We did that dip last. We had a Christmas party. We did that dip last. We did all this other stuff. I'm telling you, the dip is really easy to make, and it ended up being the most popular thing. So I'm not going to send you something that's going to be difficult to orchestrate. The 2-1 pitch, right there at the knees. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Two on, 1 out, a 2-2 count. Dodgers lead by 1. It's a big out here for the Yankees can get it, try to stay in this thing. The 2-2 in the dirt, ball 3-2. Edmund tried to kick that foot out there, try to get hit by it, but pulled it back last second. Probably realized if you don't make some kind of an effort to get out of the way, you're not going to get the call. Full count to Edmund. Will Smith standing on deck. Leiter trying to keep it right where it's at, a 1-run game to give the Yankees a puncher's chance in the bottom of the 9th inning. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the curveball off the plate. That thing just kind of floated up there and then dropped off the table 2 away. Two down and 2 on, and Will Smith, the batter, 0 for 3, 2 for 17 in the series. He does have a home run. Only time he was aboard tonight was a walk back in the 6th. First pitch swinging, bangs it over to third, fires it over to first. It's going to be a 5-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. So we will head to the bottom of the 9th inning. The bottom of the order, Volpe, Wells, Verdugo. The last shot for the Yankees. The Dodgers 3 outs away from their first world championship since 1988.
Okay, so I put password on it. Yeah, I put password on it because Broadband suggested for me to put a password on it to make it faster, and but obviously because they thought other people were using it, and
no, I think that's very unreasonable. Well, it was probably me.
Yeah, we've established that. And then my Wi-Fi was being slower inside my house, so my broadband suggested me to put a password on it.
I don't mind how slow it runs. Actually,
but I do.
That's the Wi-Fi within your house. What about the Wi-Fi that's coming out the walls? And that's what I'm using. Good enough for me.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that Wi-Fi is still mine.
Well, okay, if you want to use some of it, I mean, you can sit in your garden and you can use the Wi-Fi there. I don't mind. But if you've got a lot of work to do, maybe you can let me know that you're using it so that, it doesn't interfere with the downloading. So you keep your Wi-Fi within the house, lock the windows, close the door, seal up the letterbox, but anything that comes out through the walls is public.
Ryne Sandberg stepping in to lead it off against Danny Cox. Sandberg walked his first time. Last time up, he grounded out third to first. 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on, fly ball, left center field. That sends Coleman back, and that ball is gone. Home run for Ryne Sandberg. He hit it into the basket.
Denton True Young was an ungainly, out-of-place farm boy when he came to the Cleveland Spiders in 1890. Even his teammates took to calling him Cy, short for Cyrus, because he seemed so countrified. But Cy Young held the Chicago White Stockings to just 3 hits, to win his first game, and then went on to win 510 more before he was through, a record never even approached by any other pitcher.
Welcome back. Walker, Buehler coming on. Try to close this game out. Man, the nerves have got to be pumping for Buehler. He's set to face Volpe. He's 2 for 4 on the night. Though he's at the bottom of the Yankees lineup, 2 of their hotter hitters, Volpe and Verdugo, are due up. Remember, Verdugo hit a home run the other night in the 9th inning. 7-6 your score. Here's the first pitch from Buehler. In the dirt, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. I remember he was the starter in Game 3, so you got the fatigue, but then you also have the jitters, the 1-0. Right there, 95 at the knees, 1-1. 1-1 count. Now, what this would be, if you're curious, well, why would you send him back out there? This is the stretch day for a starting pitcher, the 1-1. Swing, chops it in front of the plate, but it bends foul in between first and home. 1-2. Dodgers still have Kasperius, Honeywell, Hudson, Knack, and Yamamoto due up in the pen. Yamamoto obviously is untouchable. I think the next guy up would be Hudson. The 1-2 outside wide, 2-2. You don't want to send Honeywell out. First of all, he pitched a lot of pitches last night, but the other thing is, the obvious thing, he hasn't been very good. He's got a 9.35 ERA, the 2-2. Swung on, chopped over to third. Muncie's got it, fires it over to first. Freddie grasps it, and it's 1 down here in the bottom of the 9th. One down. First pitch on the way to Wells is a curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Hope everyone that stops in tonight hits that subscribe button. We're trying to get to the 30,000 mark by year's end. The 0-1 bounces it back to home plate, 1-1. This is your first time joining us. We do play-by-play Major League Baseball all year long. Primarily the Braves until you get to the postseason. Then it's who's ever left. We do football as well when the season ends. The 1-1 misses down and in, 2-1. This Saturday, assuming there's not a Game 7 of the World Series, we have Penn State, Ohio State due up on the docket. The 2-1. Swing, chops it foul. We'll do it again. We're going to be doing the college football playoffs this year. We're going to be doing NFL playoffs when college football ends. And then we'll be back at it with spring training baseball, and round and round and round we go. We're trying to see if we can bring you some fall league ball in baseball. The 2-2. Swing! Rips it foul down the first base line. Our biggest question that we're trying to figure out is how accessible is the game for everybody else to follow along with. 2-2 count. Yankees down to 2 outs. The pitch, down and in, ball 3. So Wells trying to find his way aboard. Buehler going off a 1-day rest. It's really remarkable they've got him out there, considering this is a guy that has fought through Tommy John surgery for 2.5 years now. The 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Knuckle curve, pulled the string, 2 away. So here we go. The Los Angeles Dodgers, they won the bubble ship in 2020, but this would be their first real World Series win since 1988. Yankees have not donned the trophy since 2009. First pitch on the way to Verdugo is a curveball down and in. It's 1-0. If Verdugo can get on, the top of the order is due up for the New York Yankees. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Cutter on the inner edge. Verdugo 1 for 2 on the night. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Knuckle curve. Chasing it out of the zone. So the New York Yankees are down to their final strike. The Los Angeles Dodgers are one strike, one out away from winning it all. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three. That's it. Here comes the dog pile. Freddie Freeman for the second time in his career. Mookie Betts for the second time in his career get a world championship, and the Los Angeles Dodgers have won it. They will bring a World Series crown back to Southern California. Dodgers win it. What a great game, 7-6. And though the series only went 5, a pretty darn good series. When you look back on this as a Yankee fan, the first thing you're going to look at is that 5th inning where everything fell apart. They always say defense wins championships. It loses them too. The defense of the New York Yankees in the 5th inning fell apart. This will leave a sour taste in the mouth of Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Anthony Volpe. They look on as they see Dave Roberts celebrating, hugging Max Muncy. And you know what they're really thinking. They'll never say it, but one of them may say it in the postgame. They finally got a real World Series championship. It's been since 1988. And though you'd have to be pretty up there in years to understand how special this is to some Dodger fans who followed them the entire time from the time they left Brooklyn, going out to Los Angeles, and then coming back and winning the World Series in the Bronx. Doesn't get much better than that for any Dodger fan that watched their team leave them. Imagine the Dodger fan that might still be around, that might be in that stadium, that has lived in Brooklyn and followed the Dodgers their entire life. There have been several of those fans that have done that. There's been several Giants fans that have done that. In fact, the great Chris Russo that's on the radio and the television, the reason why he's a San Francisco Giant fan is because they were the New York Giants, and he grew up in the 50s in New York, excuse me. But what a great story. Freddie Freeman looks a little familiar in 2021, but honestly, he looked a hell of a lot happier in 21, or at least that's what I'll tell myself. Mookie Betts, World Series MVP's got to be Freddie Freeman. I mean, it's just got to be. He was 1 for 4 tonight, but 4 home runs in the series. If they don't give him the World Series MVP, something is cooked. The bad thing about this for all fans, whether you're a Dodger fan, a Yankee fan, a Braves fan, we are now the farthest away from a real pitch come opening day. But we will bring you Braves Country today. We'll talk all Major League Baseball free agency every Friday at 5:20 right here on Braves Country Radio. Starting a week from this Friday, so November 9th? November 8th, a week from tomorrow night. November 7th. a week from tomorrow night. November 8th would be that Friday. We will start our Once Upon a Pastime series, and I think you'll enjoy it. We're going to hit a lot of different things, a lot of different subjects. We'll be here most Thursdays. The only ones we won't be here for are like things like Thanksgiving and whatnot. But throughout the season, throughout the off season, give you something to kind of look forward to, where everyone just kind of sits down and we talk about something that is very important in the world of baseball. The first one on the docket is Pete Rose. The second one we're going to do is talk about Fernando Mania and what he meant to baseball throughout the world and LA Dodger fans. That'll be the second one. Right now it's scheduled for November 14th, but I do have surgery that day, and I'm not 100% sure how I feel. So it'll either be the 14th or the 21st. I'm going to play that one by ear. But any way you look at it, it's been a great baseball season. I'm sure most people would have liked to have seen this go 6 or 7 games, but I'm not going to lie, y'all. I'm exhausted. It takes something out of me. Go from all the way from March into almost November, bringing y'all game after game, day after day. I love every bit of it, but I am looking forward to kind of resting my voice. We'll still see you quite a few times a week. Like I said, Saturday, Penn State, Ohio State, and we'll release the schedule as we go. Y'all have a great one, and hopefully this time next year, we're cutting down the net, so to speak, and doing the dog pile in Atlanta. But congratulations, Dodgers fans. It's been a long time. I mean, what are we talking about here? 88, so that's what, 30, if my math is right, 36 years. Last time the Dodgers won a real World Series, it was against the Oakland A's, and they won it 4-1 in that one too. That was the infamous Kirk Gibson home run in Game 1. This time around in Game 1, it was Freddie Freeman's grand slam. Have a great night, y'all. Love every one of y'all, and enjoy your Halloween. And anyone that wants to check in on the football, we'll still be doing the football show every Saturday morning. That time is moving, by the way, because we're going to do it as a pregame show leading into the high noon kickoff. The pregame show is now going to be at 10:30, leading us into the high noon kickoff here on this channel. Y'all have a great night, y'all, and we'll see you before you know it.
Show.